Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Xianxia Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the dream realm. Right now, it was Gu Immortal when Xiao's grotto heaven, because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world, it was discovered. When Xiao was an extraordinary woman, she was an information path great expert, she had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Xianxia Peak. A central continent Gu Immortal looked at it and exclaimed, "When Xiao is truly amazing, this Xianxia Peak was created by a person, it contains abundant information path Dao marks, it is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth." There were other central continent Gu Immortals with Feng Yuan's clone, there were quite a number of them. The Immortals looked at Xianxia Peak, undeniably, this was the essence of this grotto heaven, it was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly, "Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength, I will protect you and stall for time." Feng Yuan clone replied, but suddenly, the surrounding Gu Immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here, if we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Xianxia Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Feng Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu Immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Feng Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts! Feng Yuan clone shouted, his dragon man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Feng Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom boom boom. The human Gu Immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Feng Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Feng Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the Immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu Immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path Gu Immortals could fight many alone. Feng Yuan's Dragon Man Gu Immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu Immortals to retreat. Of course, Feng Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the Xianxia Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Feng Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting, and had taken over the Xianxia Peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the Xianxia Peak. This fellow! The Dragon Man clone gritted his teeth, he was furious, he almost wanted to kill him. "You can't kill him!" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei shouted. "Why not?" Feng Yuan's clone turned around, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, "Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now, it is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you." Feng Yuan's clone was stunned, he had a ruthless expression, his gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply, "Brother, you are right. We cannot kill this person, if we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire Dragon Man race because of my personal feelings?" At the same time, in immemorial white heaven. "It should be here." Shen Songsheng frowned. After looking around the empty sky for a while, His brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Qiyuan, who smiled when he heard this. I really admire Brother Shin's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together. Shen Songxing nodded. Of course. I want to see why this pine crane pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here. These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fang Jing had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. What is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shen Songxing also found that there seemed to be a Gu immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals followed them from afar. Using Shen Songxing's investigative methods, they did not deviate from their path. But because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Qi Path battlefield. But Shen Songxing had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an Immortal Path battlefield here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan were actually attracted here? Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside. Against Duke Long, he had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now, he had to split his attention to deal with Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble. The Qi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Qi Path battlefield from the outside? This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted. His attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Qi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Qi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Qi Si ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness, but you do not know that your Qi Path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move, the Qi Dragon Sword to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Qi Dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Qi Path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Qi Path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him. He slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped Qi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fang Jing away, attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Qi Path battlefield were Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were different from him, but Qi Si ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fang Jing first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long? They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He had high seniority. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Gu immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought. This is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friends plan and helped Central Continent Heavenly Court instead. Song Qiyuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus, he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast. He soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the pavilion of pines and cranes. What exactly is inside the pavilion of pines and cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans. We can take down this immortal goo house to express our sincerity. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing moved. They quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me. I am a reserve member of Celestial Court. I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guyue Fangjing, Fang Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fangjing had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted, saving his life was the priority. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing stopped in time. They looked at this tiny rank 6 Gu Immortal in shock. Fangjing barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan. They value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources or even immortal goo from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shen Songxing waved his hand and knocked out Fangjing. He looked at Song Qiyuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Qiyuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely. But that Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal was defending for too long. He exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fangjing. He immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu Immortal is in danger. What do we do? Go and reinforce him? Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter. They were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, the two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fang Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move, steal life. Duke Long was stunned. He was hit by the killer move steal life. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing looked at each other. They could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, he was not in the right state. He floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move steal life. But Fang Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fang Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, steal life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Goo to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Qin Yi, and Feng Jioga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Fang Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fang Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you." Why is that? Duke Long smiled lightly. I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Gu Immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's last stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steel Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. This trick is useless against you, Duke Long, but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court Immortals. I will keep it for the future. Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steel Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's interference. Duke Long knew this was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change as well as Fang Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steel Life and the Immortal Gu. Because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times, he knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time. Because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield, Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steel Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me in the earlier fight. He was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me. Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi Si ancestor. But he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that was in the previous life in the River of Time, it is in the lower reaches, it has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Celestial Court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying all ways to restore fate? You actually want to change the future, aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Dao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Dao is the heavenly Dao of human path. This fate is the fate Gu that protects humanity. Qi Si ancestor, there is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Shen Songxing cursed internally. Song Qiyuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi Si ancestor who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its Gu Immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming, the regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were both first Supreme Elders. They were rank 8 Gu Immortals. they had been in high positions for many years, they could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Si Ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Si Ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi Si Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions, he was alone, he could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local super forces. Finally, Qi Si Ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's super forces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Fang Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right, Qi Si, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. Shen Zongxing could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Qiyuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They are only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now. Shen Zongxing added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path, you are not skilled in Information Path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Qiyuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. How could Fang Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea Immortals were even more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, with just a thought. He understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But, Qi Si, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Fang Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Qi Si Ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi Si Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi Si Ancestor. At Qi Si Ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea Immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired, under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Fang Yuan smiled internally. These two Gu Immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea Immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Zongxing and Song Qiyuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage. It was about benefits. Qiju Ancestor's position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea Immortals did not cower. Shen Songsheng smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long, you don't allow us to speak? Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qiyuan continued. Senior, look, this is celestial court style, it is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for celestial court, how could humanity exist today? Even if providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If providence had such ability, celestial court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi Si, why don't you join celestial court? You have cultivated alone for so many years, you have such strength, it is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these 2 were the ones who ruined your Qi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer. But no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Qiyuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered, Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi Si earlier, now you want to recruit him, who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi Si is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi Si is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Songxing said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Songxing in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qi Si ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shen Songsheng opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Songxing was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone. Thinking that your Celestial Court is the king of heaven, number 1 in the world, everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting, but now, it was the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, Your Shun clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the two sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, if we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord, they want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them, he faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the two Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose, their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Qi path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme, thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my Celestial Court? Qi Si, if you join Celestial Court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture, you can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining Celestial Court, I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my Celestial Court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world, as well as Qi Path inheritances. They are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Gue Fangjing earlier and soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial Immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing. Because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion, Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shun Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Fang Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them. Because they were not strong, even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Si ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move Triple Qi Retraction, but did Qi Si ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Si ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Fang Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Si ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Si ancestor would be something that Fang Yuan would like to see. This might even be Fang Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Qi Si ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable. Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, no matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action, you just need to watch from the sidelines. Are you serious? Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. Of course. Duke Long said straightforwardly. Senior Qi Si. The two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance? The two Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask what true inheritance it is? Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, if you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you. Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. I believe you. At the same time, he thought, this demon Fang Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral Soul has already been captured by my Celestial Court. In time, it will not be a problem to find Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Fang Yuan, thus, he took it out for a transaction. But Qi Si ancestor did not have a captive like Spectral Soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Fang Yuan continued, Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. To speak the truth, I respect primordial origin immortal venerable the most in my life. Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think, This old man is truly crafty. He said he respected primordial origin Immortal Venerable the most. But why was his moves so ruthless earlier? He even used Steel Life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Chi Path. It is reasonable for him to covet primordial origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of primordial origin's true inheritance is the celestial quartz grotto heaven. The other contents are actually very rare, and because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Fang Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. That means, I cannot take out primordial origin's true inheritance? What can the celestial court take out? Star constellation's true inheritance or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of what it was beneficial to Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Fang Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, these things can be discussed. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation. In order to win over Chi Sea ancestor, he actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shen family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the celestial court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Chi Sea ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shen family and the Song family were dispirited. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. Brother, you're so particular. Fang Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget these two. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Chi Sea ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine. As long as Chi Sea ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently, it was a good sign. But Guyue Fangzheng is in Shin Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Fang Yuan as he thought. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Guyue Fangzheng. Earlier, the two Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Guyue Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the celestial court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's celestial court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the celestial court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioge. Although this was not a mistake, since Fang Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fangzheng, but since the celestial court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then and this was now. Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life, he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Chi Sea ancestor has great strength. In the entire world, only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi's ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Gyue Fangxing. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered. Regarding the ownership of Censure Peak, are we really going to give it to that Fan Ji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic, but these two are not helping us. They are not pressuring us. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Antiseptic's final disciple. Now that I am being wronged, this master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law, and Fan Ji is the one who harmed her daughter, yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is father's fault. Back then, father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why, father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we dragon men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable, and our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an Immortal Gu House to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu House? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 Immortal Gu House, the resources needed are too vast. We cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an Immortal Gu House, won't these people be furious? Father. Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, are we not going to build an Immortal Gu House just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an Immortal Gu House and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 Immortal Gu House. Sai, all these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment. He argued, no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, ordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu Houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House? Ha, my son, I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream Realm after Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him, but the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's Dream Realm was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. His Master Green Antiseptic was unreliable, his Calligraphy Pavilion Lord was also unreliable, even his father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's weakness was exposed in front of him, he was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger, he put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent. Coupled with his hard work and connections, not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive, he had great foresight and had a strong personality, he did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Gu immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly, he did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. However, good times did not last long, the Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans, they started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human Gu immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human Gu immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. Dragon Man Gu immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A Dragon Man Gu immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant, it contained dragon nature, it was shaped like a white dragon, its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another Dragon Man Gu immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression, he only nodded, there were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle, he showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you, I hope you like it. A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground, he held a plate with both hands, there was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse, it is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level, it is already very difficult to hunt it, to think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving, his filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed, there were also human Gu immortals participating in this grand banquet. Xiaoqi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good, 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 Xiaoqi, Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present, among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements, but you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that South Flower Island to them, little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled, he forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this South Flower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression, a sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. South Flower Island was originally Wind Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to South Flower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath, he was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions, I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition, Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human goo immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. Do you know why I love Xiaoqi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful, he is kind from the bottom of his heart, there is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now. Duke Long said sternly. Grandfather, if not for these human goo immortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human, Dragon Man are humans to begin with, how can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead, what is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, you are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me, they just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man, it is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this, is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest, we dragon men are inferior races. But humans are the spirit of all living beings, but we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path Dao marks, our physique far surpasses humans, if not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough. Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men, but why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return South Flower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Sigh. My descendants have all grown up, they have their own thoughts now. But they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood, and I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wu Shuai. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island, but Wu Shuai could not persuade them. He was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man goo immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark. Relying on these people's help, and because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wu Shuai managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wu Shuai was very busy, his methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the Immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take South Flower Island because he needed a secret place to build the Immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. "You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me." Even though these years, all the sects have been suppressing and sealing South Flower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Gu immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 Immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai smiled. In a few hundred years, I might even have a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Gu immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court? Wu Shuai's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Haha, what is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court, it is in opposition to it. Hee hee. Wu Shuai snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that, after all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake. You shall lose. Song Tao Zi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree. Layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked, as if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course, Song Tao Zi is a top-rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. So what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet. He divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man tribe managed South Flower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu immortals were gloating. Tai Qin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man Gu immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it, shock the world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man Gu immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal goo house. I have never seen such an immortal goo house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the dragon men also have an immortal goo house, and it is a rank 7 immortal goo house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal goo house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Tao Zi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Tao Zi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Tao Zi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously, don't even think about it. You are a dragon man, you dare to insult me? He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Tao Zi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding wind cloud manor goo immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the dragon court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the dragon court to directly crush it. Song Tao Zi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Tao Zi is dead. He actually killed Song Tao Zi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A dragon man goo immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the dragon man goo immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, shut up. My battle with Song Tao Zi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death. At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. Congratulations, brother, you succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it. Brother. Huang Wei choked. Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you. Tai Qin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for your concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about. Thus, he said loudly, I fought with Song Tao Zi in this battle. Heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Tao Zi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 goo immortal. Song Tao Zi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island. But for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal Gu Liang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Tao Zi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast. A male Gu Immortal wearing a large robe walked up. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboy suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Shu Jiuling, my son-in-law congratulates you on your victory. The calligraphy pavilion master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. Lord Tai Shui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat. Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event. At least on the surface, Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Shu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Ant Ascetic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master, but in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. My disciple, I am here to see you. Green Ant Ascetic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented, you are quite spirited. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Shu Jiuling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but her meaning was deep. Shu Jiuling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first, I still have some work to do. He was still so polite like when they first met. Shu Jiuling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, go ahead and do your work. Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Qin. Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come. How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you. Tai Qin smiled brightly. The two were intimate for a while before Tai Qin said worriedly, Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7. How can they let this go? Of course they won't let it go, but what can they do? Wu Shuai smiled coldly, looking at the cold moon in the sky. He sighed. Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation. I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me. Because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me. Senior brother. Tai Qin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Qin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Qin's forehead, saying with anticipation, Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status. I do not need a status, senior brother. I am satisfied staying with you. But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees. Will there really be such a day? Tai Qin's face flushed red. There will be. Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. There will be. Believe me. Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor. Using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. Then he wanted to attack Shu Jiuling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Shu Jiuling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man's supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only Dragon Empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the island lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Daoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Daoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Daoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Daoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and even the Celestial Court that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time, wasn't the rise of the Celestial Court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly, now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, My decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand, the upper hand. Gu Liang said, I have a plan that can resolve your worries. What is it? Quickly tell me, there is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale. Especially you and South Flower Island, you are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Wu Shuai, you have been leading South Flower Island all these years, you have a heavy responsibility, you know yourself and the significance of South Flower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries, you have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked. Senior, Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that, I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu Immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion had tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friend's help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was the tribulation. But because in the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu Immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy Fate Gu. With Star Constellation's Dao Fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though Star Constellation's Dao Fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is about balance, but now humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu Immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s, Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day, your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, the rise of dragon men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source. The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean, that red lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said. We need to borrow Red Lotus' strength? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Tao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court, that was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu Immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal Gu house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine. Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He answered, I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing. That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things. Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai, he had made great contributions, there was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded, everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But, you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me, the person who trusts and respects me the most? Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so? Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed and his eyes turned red. Huang Wei knows me and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself. Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh friend, you need to understand, even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this. Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice. I did not do this, brother knows me well, I would never do this. Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The dragon men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some dragon men even started to move out of South Flower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years, I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful, those human Gu immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now, they want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race, I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die, please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly, Huang Wei, you took bribes and perverted the law, you intentionally killed someone, you still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sigh, I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me, I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling, his voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore, he turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back. Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of Gu immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night, he had a dream. In the dream he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, Brother, you put in so much effort, I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame, I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder. "Brother, it is good that you understand me." After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos. Their morale fell to rock bottom. The dragon men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity. He reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. It could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, "Little 8, it is good that you have such an intention. I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path Immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. They are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth." Wu Shuai sighed. "Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young. I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance. I will not disappoint you." Duke Long laughed heartily. "Then let's do it this way. You and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate." Wu Shuai was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather." A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, "The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information." Wu Shuai worked even harder. He went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now, they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings. He tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries. He called for Wu Shuai before he died. "I came into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I obtained Fate Gu's revelation. Our Dragon Man reigns supreme. Dragon Man reigns supreme." Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was greatly shocked. He was tongue-tied. "What in the world is going on? Father?" His father explained the situation in detail. "I had a fortuitous encounter. Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash and used this reason to escape from the Celestial Court and come here. Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it." Wu Shuai's father's eyes shined brightly. "Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu Immortals will be." "Father, rest well. I will do it now." Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu Immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. "Wu Shuai, you did not gather the Dragon Men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the celestial court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the Dragon Man race. But if we continue to hide it from the celestial court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the celestial court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon men reign supreme might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race. Gu Liang thought about it before denying. This possibility is very small. Because according to your father, he was able to interact with Fate Gu because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious. Oh friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in Fate Gu? Isn't your father's situation similar to this? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court Gu Immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper, his body shook, he almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of dragon men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire dragon man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals had no clues. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life. Senior brother, I am sorry for your loss." Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him. Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know, junior sister? After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race, leading the Dragon Man race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragon Men live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, 'My son, you really did it. You're my pride. And I live happily with you, with many children, laughing and fooling around.'" At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed, "But now, I only have you left. My junior sister." Tai Qin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the dragon men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him, "Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the Celestial Court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the celestial court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain? Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. Thank you for your guidance, otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake. Gu Liang nodded and smiled. These last days, you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue. But Fate Gu's prophecy, that dragon men reign supreme, is that true? Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious, you just need to wait patiently, you can slowly test it. You mean? Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. That's right. If dragon men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall, but when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know Yu Ji, he was the Dao guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy but did not die. Instead, he stole Fate Gu. Why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once become one with the Dao? From then on, her will interfered with Providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune. But he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death. Gu Liang continued to console. Your father revealed this secret to you, O Wu Shuai. You might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like Primordial Origin. So you cannot be discouraged, you cannot give up, you need to work hard. Wu Shuai shook his head. How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables. Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression, it is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables, but the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables. Wu Shuai found it strange. Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang smiled coldly. Hee, I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor, Duke Long, should know better. He was such an example. Back then, he had incredible strength but could not advance to rank 9. That was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded, Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though Fate Gu is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you, or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate, to reassure the celestial court. The Dragon Man race and many Dragon Man Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard, I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child." He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized, was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he had a dream. He saw Huang Wei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big. Not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood, heaven's will had started long ago, it was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragon Man force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Gu Liang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8, Dream Token. This is a Dream Path Gu. It is truly suitable for the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to South Flower Island. Tai Chin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed, beside Tai Chin. He looked at the weak Tai Chin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. What do you think we should name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Long Ling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling, that is a good name. His son, Long Ling, was born. Wu Shuai was very happy, but at the same time he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin left by my side. Now, I have my son. I want to give Tai Chin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting Dream Path Immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal Gu was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal Gu finally reached the final juncture. Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Chin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of Dream Token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow, his face was pale, he could not accept such a revelation. For a few days he was in a daze, he roamed around immemorial white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast and was nearly killed by it, did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled, he could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while and decided to return to Zhongzhou State first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine dream token Immortal Gu. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil, the conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card that was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate, no one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago, he only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai howled at the sky, he had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about Dream Token Immortal Gu. The final step of refining Dream Token Immortal Gu was to get Tai Qin to sacrifice herself. The dream realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal Gu first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something, she opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. What is it? Tai Qin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back, he hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. So that's it, my senior brother. I love you, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal, but in this life, other than you, I have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me, nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you, I will use my life, my dignity, I will use everything I have to promise you. Wu Shuai cried, he was extremely sorrowful. Dream Token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 Dragon Palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside, he often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Qin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the Immortal Gu house itself. His and Tai Qin's child grew up, he would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time, he would squat down and embrace his son, Wang Lin, in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted Green Ant Ascetic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Shu Jiuling, he could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now, Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. He could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The dream realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu Immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father and heaven's will was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, "I object." Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline, the 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, "8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine a Gu. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? Ha! The 7th young master laughed maniacally, tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed, it is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, "Oh Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our Dragon Man race, but what you brought to our Dragon Man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy." The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on the dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The Dragon Man clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. "It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back." The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. "But I am no longer me." The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left, the will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. "Dragon Spirit greets Master." Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master." The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible. "Tai Qin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down." Wu Shuai raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt. But he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea's 2 rank 8s, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fang Yuan with a large amount of Qi Path cultivation resources, more importantly, he gave primordial origin Immortal Venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Fang Yuan's Qi Sea ancestors stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Fang Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. "Fang Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today." Fang Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Fang Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Fang Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier, it was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly, "If that is the case, then one problem is resolved." The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place and went deep into the sea, but Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The 2 Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Fang Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Fang Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity." If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again. Fang Yuan looked like he was watching a good show and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson, Little 8, built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way, he would have Duke Long, who had Dragon Man Extermination, as his trump card. If Fang Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragon Man or have Dragon Man subordinates. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragon Man. But even so, I can use Dragon Man Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least, I eased the relationship between Qi Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Qi Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Sigh. Fang Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter. As the counter to Fang Yuan, Fang Jing needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Zongxing. Guyue Fang Jing was in Shen Zongxing's hands. Shen Zongxing was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and the Celestial Court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shen Zongxing was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guyue Fangjing away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fangjing. Fangjing was not of much use to him. Shen Zongxing was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the Celestial Court. He had personally seen how rich Celestial Court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shen Zongxing and snatched Fangjing, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shen Zongxing, asking intentionally. Shen Zongxing heard that Qi Si Ancestor was interested in Fangjing. He quickly replied, I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fangjing. I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shen Zongxing. Even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fangjing counters him, I might as well make Fangjing stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shen Zongxing to detain Fangjing himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fangjing was in Shen Zongxing's hands and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shen Zongxing replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion. While replying, he said to Duke Long, if Celestial Court wants to redeem Guyue Fangjing, they just need to give him a venerable true inheritance. Ha! Duke Long laughed loudly. Oh Shen Zongxing, you are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a venerable true inheritance with a captive, Won't Qi become a joke? Shen Songxing, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first? Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shen Songxing felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi ancestor and even use Qi ancestor to lower the price. But through soul-searching, Shen Songxing understood Fang Jing's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Jing is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity. Shen Songxing was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while but could not come to an agreement. Shen Songxing's asking price was very high, while Gue Fang Jing was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more importance Celestial Court placed on Fang Jing, the more it meant that Fang Jing could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shen Songxing, in my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court. Shen Songxing had an idea. He replied, Senior Qi ancestor, I would rather trade Fang Jing to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fang Jing. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fang Jing. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court? Shen Songxing was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic paths Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court, even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shen Songxing, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi ancestor and Shen Songxing were both Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He blurted out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about it? Those resources from before, along with this information. Shen Songxing agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qiyuan's heart stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Gue Fang Jing was handed back to Duke Long by Shen Songxing on the spot. Fang Jing had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1860. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of pink gem-like compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. All along, He had been looking forward to Dream Path Immortal Goo. Even though he had many Dream Path killer moves, the truth was that he had 0 Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, Unravel Dream's Immortal Goo were only Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effects of the Dream Path Immortal Goo that he had. This also meant that every time he used Unravel Dream, he would expend a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. In the early stages of obtaining Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had to work hard to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Goo to replace it, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Goo all along, but now he finally had one, and it was a rank 8 Dream token. Thinking back to this Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself. The Dragon Man clone sighed. He still had lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secretly set up Unravel Dream Killer move and activated it later, I would have already betrayed him. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on Dream Realms, but this time, he used it on himself. However, the reason why Dragon Palace could enslave rank 8s and create new masters was because of the effect of Dream Realms. Thus, Fang Yuan clone used Unravel Dream on himself. It was a direct counter to the problem. The killer move was dead, but the person was alive. The use of goo worms depended on the mind. Of course, Unravel Dream alone was not enough to resist a rank 8 Dream token. He had to thank Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other Eastern Sea Goo Immortals for this. Fang Yuan's main body nodded slightly. This is indeed the most strenuous and difficult dream I've ever explored. However, when I observed your fate, the trace of greenish-purple chi couldn't be faked. It indicates that you can become the master of the Dragon Palace without losing your way. The reason why Fang Yuan sent his doppelganger into the dream to test him was because he saw that there was a chance of success. If it weren't for that wisp of purplish-green energy, failure would have been the only outcome. Fang Yuan's main body would have already made a move. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body and clone had already finished communicating, and both sides had learned about each other's previous experiences. Fang Yuan's main body commented, "The Dragon Palace's dream realm is indeed deep and complicated. This time, my body and soul have entered the dream realm, so it's inevitable that my emotions will be stirred. There's also the dream within the dream, which can make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. And outside, the Celestial Court is in a difficult position. If we're not careful, a great battle will break out and cause the situation to go out of control." Although the 2 immortals of the Eastern Sea looked harmless, they were definitely not good people. In the previous life, they fought against Duke Long for Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even worked together with other rank 8s to invade Hidden Dragon Cave, never giving up on Dragon Palace. In fact, the reason why Duke Long chose to negotiate was because Fang Yuan was acting as Qi Si ancestor with incredible strength, and also because of this consideration. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's action was very dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, the situation would collapse. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. The situation was under his control. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Fang Yuan also taught him pure dream reality seeker transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. It could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple chi. He knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan also sent by Ning Bing and the others in the River of Time. Myriad Year Flying Warship fought against the 5-time path Immortal Goo houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Fang Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local super forces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body would still be safe, his foundation would still be intact. If the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him. Ignoring everything else, just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals. He was able to take care of them. He had the advantage of attacking and defending. He was able to control the overall situation. Of course, there were risks too. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Fang Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonoid avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the dream token's modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonoid avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Fang Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous. This was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved. He praised, "He is a character." Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. If he was not skilled, how could he resist Central Continent's 10 great sects and develop South Flower Island? His aptitude was also very high. Precisely because of this, he was nurtured by his father from a young age. He was also favored by Green Antiseptic and became rank 8. Even though he had external help, his own abilities were the most important. Unfortunately, the enemies he faced were too strong. Not to mention the Celestial Court, just Duke Long alone was enough to take care of the entire Dragon Man race. Furthermore, it was not just Duke Long. Duke Long also had Star Constellation behind him. Providence declared that Dragon Men would reign supreme. This was the trend of the Heavenly Tao. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly terrifying. She merged with the Tao and mixed her will with Providence, confusing the Heavenly Tao. Precisely because of this, the 3 demon venerables after Star Constellation could not destroy the Celestial Court. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to damage Fate Gu in the end. Even this small achievement was beyond the imagination of the world. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's failure was determined from the start. Even a demon venerable failed, not to mention Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could be sacrificed, but so could the countless members of the Celestial Court. Duke Long exterminated the Dragon Man race. Was it not a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao and sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body could sense the strength of the Celestial Court. This organization's foundation was simply too deep. The immortal graveyard was deep. Who knew how many rank 8s were slumbering after 1,000,000 years? Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Qin Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch. These people were all influential figures. All of these had already formed a great force that suppressed everything in history. Even a demon venerable could not go against it. Just thinking about this made one feel suffocated. It was no wonder that Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were so wary. Seeing the earth trenches appearing and the 5 regions merging, they became increasingly anxious. Fang Yuan wanted to go against this great force. Only by destroying Fate Gu can I have the possibility of eternal life. If I fail, will there be future generations who will learn of my deeds in the future and be moved by them? They will only be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone and Dragon Palace into his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with them and quickly left Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. He could only use omnidirectional travel as a form of transportation. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage, of course. Fang Yuan could also use myriad year-flying warship as a form of transportation. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House's speed was not bad. But this Immortal Goo House was still fighting in the river of time. Chapter 1861. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A grand purple-gold palace was floating in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragon Man clone controlled this Immortal Goo House, immediately emitting large amounts of smoke. Wherever the smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as an experiment. An immemorial year beast that he brought over could not resist it at all. It cried out in shock before it was swept away by the Dream Path smoke, vanishing without a trace. Withdraw. The Dragon Man clone willed. The Dream Path smoke was like a python returning to its nest. It quickly went back into Dragon Palace. Everything that it had devoured before was naturally swept into the Dragon Palace. This move was the Dream Path killer move that Fang Yuan had seen in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace emitted smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, it was still affected. It was truly one move that dominated the world. In this short period of time, the 5 regions Goo Immortals, including the Celestial Court, lacked methods to deal with Dream Path. Dream Path's effect was immediate. But now that Fang Yuan used it personally, he found that this dreamy light smoke was not the Dream Path offensive killer move that he had expected. It was more used to capture captives. Like earlier, Dragon Palace used this move to capture an immemorial year beast with rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace with ease. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Goo House. Even with a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Goo-like Dream token, it could not change its nature. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was designed to complement Dragon Palace. It would first capture the target of enslavement before enslaving them. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had the effect of Wisdom Path. It could allow Goo Immortals to enter dreams and enlighten them in the dream realm. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It could create dream realms within dream realms. Like when the Dragon Man clone explored dream realms and turned into Wu Shuai entered the dream and obtained dream revelations. This was a dream within a dream. As for the dream realm that enveloped Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. After some consideration, Fang Yuan realized that at the current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke was the most practical. Even though Dream Awakening was brilliant, not only did it consume immortal essence, it also consumed providence. That was to say, providence was involved in this killer move. To Wu Shuai, it was the will of the heavens, and the dragon men would reign supreme. Therefore, providence was supporting the Dragonians, so it was completely fine for him to use this move. He could receive the favor and guidance of the heavenly Tao. But Fang Yuan couldn't. Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was suppressed and targeted by providence. He had always been an enemy of providence. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate providence. How could he count on providence to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms and not living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dreamland. What was the use of that? It was to alter dreams. Back then, Wu Shuai mainly used it to alter Dragon Palace's dream realm, forming a dream within a dream. When Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored, he encountered many dreams within dreams. Undeniably, such an alteration could make the dream realm more complex. It could make the explorer lose himself in it and forget about himself. What could Fang Yuan use it for? For the time being, Fang Yuan wanted to explore dream realms. He could alter these dream realms and create a dream within a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo was similar to Fang Yuan's Soul Beast token. The former was a Dream Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power. Fang Yuan had already found out about the usage of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragon Man Extermination, Wuxia was not spared, but he had tried hard. He experimented with Dragon Men. There were some results that could delay his death. Wuxia used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. He not only expended his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories, and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin, only a tiny bit of his soul was left. He sat on the dragon throne. Because he expended too much energy, after a while, he breathed his last. In the end, he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus, for now, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wuxia was not killed by Dragon Man Extermination, he only died because of Dream Token. Fang Yuan assessed, he was an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal at the peak of rank 8, he sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's Dream Realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the Dream Realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the Dream Realm could not be created, it could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the Dream Realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Goo Immortal like Wuxia, I could enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace Dream Realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo Immortals. They expended a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation and turn it into a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm depended on the situation, depending on the Goo Immortal who activated it. Of course, rank 7 and 6 Goo Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not be forced, they had to be willing. That is to say, every time I activate Dream Token Immortal Goo, a rank 8 Goo Immortal will be expended? This was a huge price. Fang Yuan did not want to try it himself. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level is high enough, I can use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core and create killer moves to restrict Dream Token, preventing it from draining the Goo Immortal dry and creating Dream Realms in a controlled manner. But it is not very useful. Fang Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Goo alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves in the future and could create Dream Realms in a controlled manner, they would not be drained by Dream Token Immortal Goo. But that would also expend a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. Forget about his immortal essence and soul, the crucial point was that his true meaning would be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment level would fall. Without true meaning, Dream Realms were just shallow illusions. Precisely because Dream Realms contain true meaning and all sorts of emotions, they could bewitch people. If the exploration was successful and all sorts of emotions were removed, the Goo Master would obtain true meaning and their attainment level would rise. But in the future, Dream Realms will appear everywhere. I can expend a portion of my attainment level to create a Dream Realm as a trap to trap crucial people. If I can make such a crucial person my own, I will be able to catch my enemies off guard. Dream Token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Enlightenment, these were his Dream Path gains. For Fang Yuan, not all of them were useful, but they did increase his Dream Path strength by several times. Especially when these killer moves were fused into Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not need to practice them and could use them easily. It was very convenient. Other than Dream Path, there were huge gains in other aspects too. The most obvious was Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Fang Yuan had gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, and it was 4. Wu Shuai and the Dragon Man race's collections were kept in Dragon Palace for the future. Now they belonged to Fang Yuan. Most of these inheritances were related to enslavement path. But the most valuable ones were Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, Army Ant, and others. Back then, Wu Shuai enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and obtained her Immortal Goo House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found out that Calligraphy Pavilion was so powerful because it contained a large number of Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Rinzhu had records of it, but it had always been in a fragmented state. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was only a portion of it. The value of the Censure Peak, for example, was similar to the prototype of the Refinement Sea. Langya, white-haired land spirit, wanted to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement Sea. He paid a huge price but did not succeed until now. Censure Peak was created, but it could only be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was a level lower than Refinement Sea. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. Wu Shuai developed it after inheriting it. It was his main offensive method in the past. As long as he raised them to a certain scale, they would have terrifying might. They could fight many rank 8 Goo Immortals alone. Finally, there was Dragon Palace itself, Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path Attainment level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path Attainment level rose to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path Attainment level was only 1 step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragonman's Enslavement Path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance even though they were illuminated by the 10 Venerables. The gains were huge. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising Army Ant would have to start from scratch. It would expend a huge amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Fang Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods, with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation rumbled. A large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya now. Fang Yuan's main body controlled this refinement path formation, while Land Spirit of Langya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path Goo Immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful, hold on. I will leave this to you, Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land Spirit of Xianxia nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, it would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Fang Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Xianxia. The latter had already turned into the white-hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced. His refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Fang Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Fang Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Next, Fang Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks. They sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path grand formation and releasing bursts of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon, it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy man Gu Immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy man Gu Immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Fang Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the Land Spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the Sovereign Immortal aperture before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back, the skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Fang Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move Dragonoid Extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Fang Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragon Man experiments. This helped Fang Yuan greatly. In fact, back then, Wuxia was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel Dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods. He just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragon Man race's extinction, the Dragon Man Gu Immortals cooperated with Wuxia. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragon Man blessed land that Fang Jing encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, it was the immortal apertures of the Dragon Man Gu immortals that were born in the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had passed. He was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Fang Jing was given to Fang Yuan by Shen Zongxing after soul searching him. Shen Zongxing naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragon Man. From now on, the Dragon Man clone was completely immune to Dragon Man extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragon Man clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragon Man clone was personally created by Fang Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's soul was adapted to the original Dragon Man body, thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragon Man clone's soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Fang Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragon Man clone's soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone cultivated in the enchanting myriad daring formation. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord's soul to bear the burden. From this, Fang Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ning Bing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. Bai Ning Bing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongxing. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragon Man identity and vow to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled. It was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale, firstly to comprehend human path, secondly to manage the immortal aperture, and thirdly to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Fang Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Fang Yuan, it was not worth mentioning. Even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Fang Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity. Even if countless humans were proud of him. Didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Fang Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation, but after researching it, he found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? By then, Reverse Flow Protection Seal would not work. There was another way, that was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path Killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Attainment, but his Dream Path Attainment level had not reached Master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863. Eastern Sea. Shen family's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shen family's first supreme elder, Shen Songxing, said passionately, "Senior Qi Si, this is my Shen family's 6-sound tea, please have a taste." Fang Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6-sound tea was Shen family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border's Qiao family's Bewitching tea, and Fang family's 7-Mile Fragrant tea. 6-sound tea was not a cup of tea, it was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking, and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fang Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky. It was spotless. Autumn Tunyin. Fang Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste. It was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fang Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm, there were small ripples as if it was a condensed river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth. An extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river. After going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles, it finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyin. Cloud-flowing tea. River's Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix's Cry. Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fang Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan savored it for a long time and praised, "Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank 1 really lives up to his reputation." Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen Clan's first supreme elder Shen Songxing was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Qi Si, our Gu Immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6-sound tea was an immortal material. It could only be produced using immortal materials, and it also needed a Gu Immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6-sounds tea, Shen Songxing had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shen Songxing personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. They were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fang Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Songxing treated Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songxing invited Fang Yuan to tour this Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea, it grew continuously, its treetop was high above the sea, its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island, birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror, there was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Xianxia treated Fang Yuan passionately for 2 days, he accompanied him the entire time, he would also invite some female immortals of Shen tribe to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Xianxia gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy, not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient desolate plant-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen tribe's sea-suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient desolate-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea-suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea-suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient desolate plants, they represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qi-Si ancestor, Xianxia spent a lot more than Song Qi-Yuan. Before Fang Yuan went to Shen clan, he had already gone to Song clan, he was also received by Song Qi-Yuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's identity as Qi-Si ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other super forces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Fang Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Fang Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu Immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Fang Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qi-Si ancestor, he cultivated Qi path, he did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea's super forces and Gu Immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qi-Si ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course, Fang Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's super forces to listen to him, that was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Xianxia and Song Qi-Yuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qi-Si ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know, this was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name and could not interfere with any super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget, Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the others, were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Fang Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing Fate Gu, Fang Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times, with Qi Si ancestors' strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. Dragon Palace is here, where is Gu tribe? His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed, a door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the door, looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation. He cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. It is Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, "You have a relationship with Fang Yuan?" The Dragon Man clone laughed. "We are making use of each other. If not for Fang Yuan, how could I rebirth?" Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Qi Si ancestors' ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragon Man clone asked with a solemn expression, "Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived." Gu tribe leader, is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. This time, Fang Yuan's bargaining chip is only Immortal Gu. He wants to exchange Immortal Gu for Immortal Gu and Immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, take a look at the details first. Xia Cha took the information path Gu worm and looked through it, laughing coldly. Has this Fang Yuan gone mad? He wants to exchange for so many immortal materials with just one mortal Gu. I want to see what Gu this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial point in the letter. Her expression changed. Ba Shirba got this reply and smashed his favorite cup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that in Fang Yuan's letter, he only said that second aperture Gu could open a second aperture, but he did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation level. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan even described his experience of using second aperture Gu. Ba Shirba thought that he could ascend to an immortal with second aperture Gu and cultivate again. But Xia Cha had a wisdom path Gu immortal. She saw through this. Fang Yuan told Xia Cha that second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu. After his modifications, it became a complete series, from rank 1 to rank 6. After using rank 1 second aperture Gu, one's cultivation level would be limited to rank 1, 2, 3, or even rank 6. Xia Cha wanted to buy rank 6 second aperture Gu directly, but Fang Yuan's reply made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture Gu now. It seems that Ba Shirba's situation is worse than Xia Cha. Fang Yuan smiled. He could tell from the small details that Ba Shirba was feeling anxious. It seems that Bada has probably become rank 8, even though Ba clan has been keeping it a secret. This is a good thing. Even though the southern border immortals had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Yuan, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had already understood the stance of southern border's righteous path from his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though his immortal aperture was annexed, he gave them second aperture Gu. The goal was to let the southern border immortals maintain a certain amount of battle strength, enough to find trouble with Central Continent's celestial court. After going through so much and facing so many difficulties, Fang Yuan finally got through the heavy pressure of celestial court. He had a deep foundation now, he had many subordinates, he interfered in the politics of the 5 regions, using all sorts of methods openly and covertly. He finally formed a situation where he surrounded celestial court. Unknowingly, he had already grown from a chess piece to a chess player. Fang Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Shiba looked at the new reply as his body trembled in anger. He finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan refined a complete set of second aperture goo. If Ba Shiba wanted to cultivate it back, he would have to use rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on until he used the rank 6 second aperture goo. Only then would he have a healthy immortal aperture and regain his rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba Shiba wanted to regain his former glory, he would have to be extorted by Fang Yuan 6 times. Ba Shiba cursed loudly, he smashed many things on the ground before he finally calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he was silent for a while before laughing loudly. Ba Shiba, oh Ba Shiba, why did you leave? You were inferior in this matter and ended up as a captive. It was already a miracle that you survived. Why do you need to worry so much now? Even if I can't cultivate again, so what? As long as I fight with all my might, I will die without regrets. He muttered to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself. After saying this, his body relaxed, he felt his heart brightening up. It was as if he was looking into the distance, seeing a scenery that he had never seen when he was a rank 8. This was the scenery of life. He calmed down completely, a smile even appeared on his face. Fang Yuan, you demon, you are truly amazing, I fell for your tricks again. The hatred in his heart did not weaken, but Ba Shiba started to smile. He no longer worried about his gains and losses. At this moment, even though he had no cultivation level, he was even more relaxed than when he was a rank 8. I have no choice now, I can only accept the extortion. After all, becoming an immortal again is the most important thing. Ba Shiba was clear in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only temporarily. The influence and affection they had in the past would quickly fade over time. Especially now that the clan had a new rank 8 Gu Immortal. He had to hurry. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones as petals, ice muscles as stems, golden relic at the heart of the flower. Starfire shines brightly, gathering into a plain of ice and snow. Below it, yang clouds raise fire like a pill. Above it, dark clouds scatter sand like gold. Beast shadows appear in the middle. Until lightning flashes and beast strength placenta is born, it can gather apertures. This was the Gu recipe of second aperture Gu. Fang Yuan obtained it from 3 kings' blessed land. The first part was similar to the original version. Fang Yuan made few changes, but the latter part was completely different. It was almost unrecognizable. Fang Yuan modified this Gu recipe, turning the original rank 6 immortal Gu recipe into a series. Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He was also a human path grandmaster. With the help of the light of wisdom, it was not hard to modify it. With this set of Gu worms, I can extort them all the way. If there are no opportunities to extort, I will create opportunities to do so. In fact, this process can also be used on Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains Gu Immortals. As for Central Continent's Gu Immortals, forget about them, I will kill them. Fang Yuan had a thick face and a black heart. He was an unscrupulous merchant. Mortal Gu level second aperture Gu had an extremely low cost. It did not need lifespan Gu or immortal materials. It only needed a few human apertures. Human apertures were the apertures of Gu masters. It was very easy for Fang Yuan to use human Gu masters as Gu materials. It was simply cheap and good. But if he sold them to the southern border immortals, the price would be extremely high. The profits would be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. But these southern border immortals treated the second aperture Gu as a life-saving straw, their only hope in life. No matter what price Fang Yuan quoted, they would grit their teeth and bear it bitterly. Of course, Fang Yuan would also calculate their endurance and the overall situation of encircling Central Continent. Success, Lord Fang Yuan, we refined another luck path Immortal Gu. The hairy man Gu Immortals sent good news. Good, keep up the good work. Fang Yuan praised casually. This time, because of second aperture Gu, the extortion of the southern border Immortals was much more effective than before. Many clans' trump cards and luck path immortal materials were given to Fang Yuan. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. I am really envious of Mountain Cliff City Lord, he took in such a good disciple. Oh little dew, you cannot go anymore, time flows very quickly in this golden fog, it will reduce your lifespan. I am not afraid. I must save my master. My achievements today are all because of my master's teachings and nurturing. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. Jean Budu did not let go of any chance to show his worth, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Moreover, this is a good thing. Time flows quickly, my cultivation speed is also fast. How many days has it been? I already have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level. The stronger I am, the more people I can save my master. Jean Budu shouted, trying to let more people hear him. Child, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. This is Lifespan Gu, it can increase your lifespan and make up for your loss. Combat Beast King appeared in time, handing the Lifespan Gu to Jean Budu. Jean Budu pretended to be overjoyed, he said, Grandpa, you are already so old, you should use it. It can extend your lifespan. Combat Beast King was pleased, thinking that he did not give it to the wrong person, he immediately persuaded Jean Budu in a friendly manner, Good child, Grandpa has more. You need these lifespan Gu the most, you can only enter the golden fog if you are in a young state. I almost forgot. No wonder I feel that it is getting harder to enter and leave the fog. Jean Budu showed a look of realization, he was also in a difficult spot, after a difficult choice. He nodded and accepted the lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan's clone was the main battle strength. Most of the Combat Beast warriors were saved because of him. Combat Beast King would definitely protect his greatest hope. But he did not know that this was all Fang Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1868. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Fang Yuan's clone Jean Budu entered the golden fog time and time again, rescuing the Gu Immortals trapped inside. Each time, he had to go through tough battles, facing countless fierce beasts, he was covered in injuries from the exhaustion. His companions of the same age gradually accepted his leadership, because their past battle achievements proved that Jean Budu's decisions were wise and correct. This time, there are 3 beast groups coming from the southeast, north, and southwest direction. They are surrounding you. Fang Yuan's main body transmitted. Okay, I will lead them to break out. All right, help me get rid of that white-robed youngster beside me. Fang Yuan's clone Jean Budu replied. Understood. Fang Yuan's main body was at the densest area of the golden fog. He was lying down leisurely with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the Year Beast army moved out, attacking his clone's group. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. In the Battle of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he even deceived Duke Long into obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. But this Primordial Origin true inheritance only contained a small portion of the first half. Even so, Fang Yuan sighed in admiration as he looked at it. From this small portion of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi path was vast and powerful, it was extremely skillful. He also understood primordial origin Immortal Venerable's talent. He was extraordinary, as expected of a venerable, he could not be restricted by common sense. The contents of this true inheritance are still very useful even now. Of course, after so many years, Chi path has been developing and innovating. The killer move Unlimited Chi C that I have is the best proof. This small portion of primordial origin's Chi path true inheritance mainly contained the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long was unwilling to give it to him, but Fang Yuan insisted. After all, Chi Wall was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's signature method. It was famous in history, everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted to make peace with Chi Si ancestor, but seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Through this Chi Wall killer move, I have gained a deeper understanding of that Chi Wall in Celestial Court. I will try to break it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In his past life, the wall of air that appeared in the Celestial Court caused great trouble for Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan could break this move, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court. However, it was clear that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. After all, it was the work of an immortal venerable. The only consolation was that primordial origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Wall killer move had been passed down until now. It was filled with the style of the remote antiquity era. It was already outdated. This might be the key for Fang Yuan to break through the Chi Wall. Of course, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't decipher it. There were no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. No killer move was perfect and invincible. All killer moves could be broken, but the same killer move could be used by different people, and the power and effectiveness would be vastly different. Whether Fang Yuan could break the Chi Wall killer move that primordial origin Immortal Venerable personally used, this was a huge question. Perhaps Duke Long had considered this. That was why he generously handed the contents of the Chi Wall killer move to Fang Yuan. At the same time, this small portion of the true inheritance is the best bait to lure me into joining the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. If there was really a Chi Si ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, he would not be able to resist this temptation. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so many years, it showed that Chi Si ancestor was not interested in authority. At the same time, he cultivated Chi path, but Chi path had been declining for a long time. Only the Celestial Court had the most valuable Chi path true inheritances. But the truth was, Chi Si ancestor was just a disguise for Fang Yuan. If Duke Long knew that he was helping the enemy, who knew how he would feel? It is about time. Fang Yuan researched the Chi path true inheritance while paying attention to the 12 zodiac formation. In this short period of time, he had already cooperated with the clone Jean Budu and completed another performance. Some of the youngsters around Jean Budu were sacrificed, dying in battle. Some of these people were obstacles. Fang Yuan was already clearing the obstacles for the next step of his plan. Jean Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned triumphantly. There were only 1 or 2 combat beast warriors left in the Golden Fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Jean Budu saved Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan would stop and return to the 12 zodiac battle formation. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Fang Yuan had already achieved his current goal by nurturing his clone. Other than increasing his cultivation level, Jean Budu's greatest gain was the expansion of his network. After this battle, almost all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven received Jean Budu's favor. This favor was not a small matter, it was the favor of saving their lives. If this was the outside world, the Gu immortals might turn against them. But here, those who could become combat beast warriors needed to have a lot of positive intentions. Thus, all of them knew how to repay favors. There was no lack of people who would repay favors with a fountain. Jean Budu did not lack resources, his future was bright. And he would not ask for favors, he was even more humble and polite. He did not care about anything, he displayed all sorts of virtues and moral character. Fang Yuan could have killed them all in one go, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. He killed many combat beast warriors. After rebirth, he changed his plan. He used a different method to annex them. It was to preserve the value of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to the greatest extent. These goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven will all be subdued. They will be a supplement to my subordinates. In the future, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, I will send them to battle. They will have a certain effect. Of course, their methods are too superficial. They can catch the enemies off guard. Once they are exposed, these goo immortals will suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's goo masters took a shortcut. Even though they could obtain battle strength easily, they were not abundant. They were not orthodox goo cultivation methods. Like now, Fang Yuan had just set up a 12 zodiac formation, but he was able to fool all the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the combat beast king could not tell the truth. He thought it was the golden fog. He did not even see the true appearances of the 12 immemorial year beasts. Just with this difference, Fang Yuan could easily suppress them. Like in the previous life, when Fang Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into a bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. And these combat beast warriors and combat beast king had always thought that Fang Yuan was a beast calamity. He had all sorts of powerful battle techniques. They had never thought about goo worms or killer moves. Their horizons were too shallow. Several days later, Fang Yuan retrieved the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that enveloped the tributary of the River of Time also vanished. To avoid suspicion, before leaving, Fang Yuan purposely released a large group of year beasts. It was like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the combat beast guild obtained complete victory. Everyone was overjoyed. The goo immortals were all saved. They started to move around, killing or capturing the scattered year beasts in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's time flow was still affected by Fang Yuan's killer move. It was extremely fast. Zhan Budu became the object of everyone's praise. The goo immortals were grateful to him. Combat Beast King even gave him an award in front of everyone, encouraging him, "Oh little Du, you are truly the little savior. You saved everyone, that is also indirectly saving the entire world." Zhan Budu quickly waved his hand and thanked him. His tone was very humble. From this moment onwards, the title of Little Savior belonged to Zhan Budu. Next, he had to wait for another fortuitous encounter to become a goo immortal. After that, he would openly accept the test and inherit Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. Even though his progress was not as great as Zhan Budu's, his days were still very good. Ever since the last poem recitation, Li Xiaobai was paid close attention to by the private school's teacher Jiang. He arranged many private tutoring sessions for him. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed his potential and talent. Teacher Jiang was pleasantly surprised. He taught him even more carefully. At this rate, he is still far from reaching the highest level of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is a pity. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven are different. The latter is sealed, but the former has a rank 8 goo immortal. Moreover, it is an information path Grotto Heaven that specializes in gathering information. It is not easy for me to make a move. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 zodiac battle formation, it might be seen through. Fang Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai's development. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead the beast army to invade Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. But that way, he would have to fight against that rank 8 goo immortal. Fang Yuan was not afraid, but it would be hard for him to win quickly. As for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, it was easy to be implicated. They would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not want to see this. If he could forcefully attack, he would have done so already. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven itself could not be annexed, but the information path inheritances and resources inside were targets that Fang Yuan coveted. Chapter 1869. Fang Clan's Headquarters. An immortal goo house was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open. A huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall. They were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace, there was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path goo formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This Wisdom Path goo formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water. It tried to permeate into Divine Bean Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the Wisdom Path goo formation stopped and 2 goo immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow. He had an ordinary appearance and a beard. He looked like a mortal, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe. He looked like a thin middle-aged man. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His temples were white. He looked proud and aloof. It was Fang Yuan who was disguised as Swan Bujin. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed. This Divine Bean Palace is truly amazing. Even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree. We are like 2 worms. Even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for Divine Bean Palace. Indeed. Fang Dichang nodded. The worst thing is, even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while. Fang Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the venerables. His recovery speed is the highest. He has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are both Wisdom Path goo immortals. It will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path immortal goo house. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us. It will definitely be effective. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path goo immortals to begin with. News of our clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path goo immortals. Brother, guess which one it is? Fang Dichang asked. Fang Yuan had a thought. Without thinking, he said, I think it is Celestial Court? Brother, you guessed right. Immortal goo Immortal Courthouse. Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path goo immortals to take back Divine Bean Palace. Their past grudges would be written off. He even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace, he, goo Immortal goo of goo. He had an goo of goo sect. He said, Celestial Court scheme is wishful thinking. They want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Fang clan to submit. Goo house, immersive he can of goo. Haha. With a loud laugh, a goo immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Haha. With a loud laugh, a goo immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are right. This goo immortal was an old man. He had white hair and eyebrows. His beard was like a lion's mane. His muscles were bulging. His figure was firm. He had a grand aura. He was Fang Clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong. Fang Gong patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here. You have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. Chapter 1870. Bam. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair. His eyes flickered with anger. This Swan Bujin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's theft path true inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He dares to extort our Fang clan. Damn it. He deserves death. Fang Gong was furious after hearing Fang Dichang's report. Fang Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Xuanbu Jin indeed has some ability. Our Fang clan recruiting Xuanbu Jin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal, Xuanbu Jin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the theft path true inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the theft path true inheritance? That is thieving heaven venerable's true inheritance. Fang Gong's eyes were wide open. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now. We might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Bean Palace. It will take too long. Fang clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Gu Immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fang Yuan's 2 dragon generals, but it was done cleanly. Fang Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Bean Palace, thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fang clan thought this was either one of Western Desert's super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Gu Immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fang Gong was silent. He was the first supreme elder after all. He gradually calmed down. Fang clan's current situation indeed required Xuanbu Jin's help. Once Divine Bean Palace was obtained, Fang clan would be able to turn the situation around In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other Immortal Gu houses, Fang clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces. Xuanbu Jin was the key to Fang clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he is stuck at this juncture. This Xuanbu Jin has guts and ability. Fang Gong snickered. Fang Dichang understood Fang Gong. Hearing his words, he knew that Fang Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fang clan survived this crisis, Fang Gong would definitely punish Xuanbu Jin and vent his anger. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Xuanbu Jin knows his limits. He did not ask for my wisdom path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's Immortal Gu house. If he makes these 2 requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fang clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fang clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fang clan's use of this Dao thieving heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path Immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Luchan earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fang Di laughed. This Xuanbu Jin's wisdom path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard, but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this person, you actually praised him. Fang Dichang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent. Why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, it's not easy to make a daring thing like Xuanbu Jin truly loyal to our clan. After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move theft path. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to create theft path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of theft path. Fang Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, theft path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the Dao marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fang Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the theft path Immortal Gu House in the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Thieves Denver, Fong Yuan's theft path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fong Clan's advantage is in building Immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this thieves' den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fong Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fong Clan's successive generations from the contents of Thieves' Den. They had tried to repair this Immortal Gu house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with Theft Path. They are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fong Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was already his limit. Fong Yuan knew Fong Clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fong Clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for Thieves' Den, it would be too much, it would greatly exceed Fong Clan's foundation, they would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I am too interested in Theft Path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fong Dichang did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand and then used wisdom to kill Wan Liang Han. These left a deep impression in Fong Clan's hearts, thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance? Fong Yuan could not tell, at least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain, because Fong Clan had the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fong Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fong Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fong Clan. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Fong Yuan's mind, omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence. Fong Yuan muttered, his heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Fong Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time, he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level, Fong Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8 after annexing Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven. His calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu Immortals might stop at this level, but Fong Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life. Fong Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day, he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy Fate Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, they could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary and even Fang Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Fang Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment. The prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration. Her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary. She had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of 3 venerables and the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His battle strength could rival Duke Long. He was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things. There were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal. It could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this. They would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Fang Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way, all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later, Xianxia blessed land. Quick, quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Xianxia white-haired land spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Xianxia felt it was not enough. He shouted, "The fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger." "But Lord, this is already the biggest fire." The hairy man Gu Immortal shouted. Land spirit of Xianxia was experienced. He thought of a method with a turn of his eyes. He ordered, "Sixth hair, activate the wind formation in the formation. We will use wind to push the fire. Eighth hair, use a refinement path killer move to pull out the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal Gu." With wind, there would be the pollution of wind path Dao marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal Gu refinement could proceed smoothly. Land spirit of Xianxia made precise arrangements. He was busy but not chaotic. A moment later, the refinement path formation shook. A rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working. A brand new wood path immortal Gu was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Xianxia. The hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed. They praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Xianxia, however, sighed. "It is all thanks to Master's Gu recipe." Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment in Refinement Path and Wood Path Grandmaster attainment. The Wood Path Immortal Gu recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Xianxia's peak level Refinement Path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort. The success rate was very high. The other hairy man Gu immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along, the success rate of Immortal Gu refinement has been too low. It is limited by Refinement Path attainment and Gu recipes. Most Gu immortals do not cultivate Refinement Path. They do not even cultivate Refinement Path as a secondary path. Their Refinement Path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying Gu recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires Refinement Path attainment and Wisdom Path deduction attainment. Refining Immortal Gu had always been a huge trap, but for Fang Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path methods like the Light of Wisdom. He also had Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path. His attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of Immortal Gu were now non-existent for Fang Yuan. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very fast. After so many days, Fang Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Gu. He chose Wood Path in the end. He refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many Woodpath Gu immortals in southern border. They also had many Woodpath immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan did not extort them. Southern border's righteous path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale. They were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the celestial court. They were restraining Fang Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. It showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of southern border's righteous path. If Fang Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path Woodpath immortal Gu, the celestial court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts. Fang Yuan is collecting Woodpath immortal materials. Is he trying to develop in Woodpath? He wants to refine Woodpath immortal Gu? What is he trying to do? The celestial court was paying close attention to Fang clan because of Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had star constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Fang Yuan's actions in Fang clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Fang Yuan cultivated Qi Path and wanted to collect Qi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from southern border's righteous path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Qi Sea ancestor and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked. If Fang Yuan had extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fang Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave. It was just a step away. Many times in life, one could not be greedy for convenience. One had to look far ahead. If Fang Yuan had been greedy for convenience and directly extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, the celestial court might have recognized Qi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way, Fang Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin immortal venerables Qi Path true inheritance. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years, he walked countless paths, he experienced life and death situations, he moved between venerables and providence's struggles, he finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Fang Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability, everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained Fang Jing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice. He even knew of Qin Ding Ling's existence. Qin Ding Ling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's immortal empress. She cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Qin Ding Ling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such Luck Path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 Luck Path immortal Gu, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive Luck Path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining Luck Path immortal Gu was meaningless. Previously, Fang Yuan had focused on investing in Luck Path because the Celestial Court's foundation in Luck Path was weak. Fang Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Fang Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Fang Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Gu refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace could greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Fang Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu, it was not just a battle, it involved information, disguise, misdirection, Gu refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history, there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, But in fact, there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the Immortal Gu House was finally constructed successfully. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan entered the round tent-like Immortal Gu House and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Bean Palace's internal workings. With this Immortal Gu House, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Fang Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Fang Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" Fang Yuan nodded. "That's good," Fang Dichang said as he activated the Immortal Gu House. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was pale with fright. "Second Elder, what are you doing?" Fang Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Xuan Bujin, Fang clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this Immortal Gu House going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The Immortal Gu House still needs to be destroyed. Fang Dichang said, "But if we simply destroy the Immortal Gu House, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path Gu immortal like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher wisdom path level in a short period of time. I used the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Bean Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Xuan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang clan's situation. For the sake of Fang clan's future, please die." Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Fang clan. Your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace." Moreover, the second elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huasheng smiled. "You two are worrying too much. In my opinion, that Xuan Bujin might be a Wisdom Path Rank 7 expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all. His foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a super force, but we used all our strength to scheme against him and even destroyed an Immortal Gu House that we just created. We spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Xuan Bujin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I did not see Xuan Bujin's corpse or soul, that's why I have some doubts." Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. "Haha, the other party is Wisdom Path, not Transformation Path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details, I can roughly guess it. It must be that Xuan Bujin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish." Fang Huasheng said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. "It has been a day and a night since Fang Huasheng's report. It seems I deceived him." Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fang Dichang, but a clone of Fang Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fang Dichang schemed. "Brother Xuan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang clan's situation. For the sake of Fang clan's future, please die." Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Fang clan. You died a worthy death. Rest in peace." The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fang Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. He quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. "You actually interfered with this Immortal Gu House." The panic on Fang Yuan's face disappeared. He showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. "Oh, that's right. This is terrible. You found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation. You only made a few suggestions." Fang Dichang said this with a horrified expression. "Don't tell me." "Haha." Fang Yuan clapped. "As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, you reacted so quickly." "That's right. Even though I only made a few suggestions, you accepted them all. The Immortal Goo House created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the Goo formation outside the palace and the Goo House inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your Goo formation and Goo House. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest. It was locked. Meanwhile, Fang Clan's Goo formation and Goo House were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fang Yuan was doing now was influencing this Divine Bean Palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fang Dichang urged Fang Yuan firmly, "Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence Divine Bean Palace." Fang Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang, he was a grandmaster after all. He was also a grandmaster in formation path. This was dual grandmaster attainment level. Thus, when Fang Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the Immortal Goo House inside the palace, he had already seen through Fang Dichang's scheme. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fang Dichang at his own game. Fang Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fang Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose from Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green. There were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fang Dichang stared with wide eyes. He was shocked and furious, pointing at Fang Yuan. "So you sided with the Celestial Court? You despicable scoundrel." He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought with Chen Yi. He had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fang Yuan immediately. He felt that Xuan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fang Clan snatched Divine Bean Palace and chased away Chen Yi, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fang Dichang's forehead. He was scared. Because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court scheme, then Xuan Bujin definitely had reinforcements. Maybe the rank 8 Goo Immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fang Yuan did not explain. He activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fang Yuan soon realized that Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move. It gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the killer move's owner. Soon, Fang Dichang was unable to move. Immortal Goo Houses had the effect of imprisoning Goo Immortals. This ability was originally used by Fang Dichang to deal with Xuan Bujin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's. He used Divine Bean Palace's pressure to make Fang Dichang a prisoner in a cage. "Good, Xuan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me." Fang Dichang sneered. He did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fang Yuan also sneered. "You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in Life Tablet Goo and notify Fang Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body. Your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so Life Tablet Goo will not mutate. From now on, this Fang Dichang clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fang clan. I will search your soul clean, I will know all your experiences, memories, and information. Impossible. Forget about it. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. Do you think you can't inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fang clan. Any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into minced meat first. So, Swan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan. Even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life. Fang Dichang said. He was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were sharp and logical. He actually instigated Fang Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. He looked deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fang Yuan all along. Seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. You beat me at my own game, you are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang's expression was pale. He realized. The other party had Karma Divine Tree. It was not necessarily Celestial Court, because Chen Yi was killed by Fang Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fang Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan applauded, as expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent. Please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity. Fang Dichang's eyes suddenly widened. He was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was red. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose. He could not breathe. While talking to him, Fang Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Bean Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fang Yuan, everything that could be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, it is a pity to die. But you know too much. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Swan Bujin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a Wisdom Path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me. Father, don't say that it's unexpected, Fang Yun said. Fate is unpredictable. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now. This is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fang clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fang clan. Fang Dichang said earnestly. Fang Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case, I will change to Wisdom Path. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son. I know you are not suited for Wisdom Path. Cloud Path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the Wisdom Path inheritance to you first. You do not need to change to Wisdom Path. After all, you already have a foundation in Cloud Path. If you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this Wisdom Path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this Wisdom Path inheritance, understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fang Yun smiled. Not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal goo first. Senior Swan Bujin's distracting thought immortal goo is inside. Although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fong Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fong Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fong Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking, my body is Fong Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fong Dichang is not dead, life tablet goo will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul, together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow. The soul is extremely compatible with the body, there are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fong Dichang thought of Fong Gong. Although Fong Gong had not interacted with Fong Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fong Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fong Gong was bold and unrestrained, he was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Qin Yi. This is good news. Fong Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert. He had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular. It had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was a grand sight. Fong Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Fong Yuan. They were on guard against Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fong Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Goo. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Goo Immortals. In this battle, even though Fong Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fong Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Fong Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Goo. And the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Fong Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in longevity heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Feng Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sai Chuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Feng Yuan and conversed with him. Feng Yuan followed the two eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Feng Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds. Ferocious beasts were hidden. There was also fog capital. It was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Feng Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The 3 immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the 3rd last layer. Back then, Feng Yuan's final destination was here. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chu Du and Feng Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of limitless demon venerable. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer. Even though they had never entered, in Feng Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Feng Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Feng Yuan. Recently, Feng Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps, he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps, he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Feng Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Feng Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Feng Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the 3 of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Fang Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Daoist Fang Yuan. If he told Fang Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Fang Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the three crazed demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Fang Yuan looked around but did not see any traces. Back then, Fang Yuan remembered that the Dao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Dao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Fang Yuan continued to walk. Secret Schemer and not Immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Fang Yuan unknowingly surpassed Secret Schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret Schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the three crazed demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Fang Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the three crazed demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted, your earlier deduction was correct. The demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic. We can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He shouted at Fang Yuan in front of him. The demonic sound is coming. Quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the three crazed demon eccentrics. They were anxious like ants on a hot pan and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th layer. The two crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again. Next, he asked in confusion, why don't I see Fang Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time? Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. No. He is still in the 7th layer now. However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance. Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while, he sighed, such is fate, to think that the great Fang Yuan would actually die here. Even if Fang Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Fang Yuan had much hope of survival. because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart. Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Not Immortal was also dazed. Even if I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, could all my feelings be correct? Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. Maybe this is just my feeling towards Fang Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world, even the celestial court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh. Maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat. Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan. Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Fang Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the two of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Fang Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. Are these new Dao marks? Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now, the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Fang Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Fang Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Fang Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream, flowing. Fang Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon, he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself. This brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand, it actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include Sword Dao and Blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength. It also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed. Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground, no one will ever open it. Fang Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized, talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Fang Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy. It was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball. It was plump and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Fang Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers, sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Fang Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fang Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fang Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview, it was directly shattering their worldview. Fang Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw three paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These three paths are likely the traces of venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should correspond to giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon venerable, and paradise earth immortal venerable. These three venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty, the Dao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Dao marks on these three paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Dao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Dao marks on these three paths were unshakable. Only occasionally, at the edges, there would be some Dao marks peeling off, like fragments. Fang Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his Dao marks did not conflict. Thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The Dao marks on a venerable's body conflicted. They were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the three venerables. Characters like the three crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. In this nothingness, There were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. This is... Fang Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness. It was very tough. It was a Dao mark. Even though it was just a Dao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Dao mark. What kind of Dao mark is this? Fang Yuan had never seen such a Dao mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this Dao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Dao. If there was movement, there would be time Dao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Dao. If there were grass, there would be earth Dao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Dao. But these Dao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Dao mark. From this Dao mark, Fang Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Dao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Fang Yuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Dao. Heaven Dao 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 mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Dao marks, including Dream Dao and other new Dao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Dao marks. One was Human Dao, the other was Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan had seen Human Dao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Dao Dao mark. All the other Dao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Dao Dao mark. What does this mean? Fang Yuan stared at this Heaven Dao Dao mark. The thread-like Heaven Dao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan was cautious. He did not try to attack this Dao mark. He followed the Dao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged. A whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Dao mark. The Dao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal. But there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Fang Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending, everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Fang Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down. Everything inside gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated, islands floated in the air. Around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same Heaven Dao mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fang Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Fang Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the Crazed Demon Cave is the derivation of Dao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No, derivation of the small world is just the appearance. What it actually wants to do is derivation of Heaven Dao marks. Fang Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that Heaven Dao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes, it was not just one Heaven Dao mark. The nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings. It was likely to swallow 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks at the same time. After these Heaven Dao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only one Heaven Dao mark would be left behind, at most two. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining Heaven Dao marks. The Heaven Dao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the Heaven Dao marks that I have seen do not meet Limitless Demon Venerable's standards. He wants to create Heaven Dao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of Heaven Dao marks did he want to create? Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He suddenly thought of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the Heaven Dao did not allow it. The Legends of Rinzhu has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die, their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted eternal life. He could not avoid the Heaven Dao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the Heaven Dao and researched it. Fang Yuan guessed. Limitless Demon Venerable had once attacked the Celestial Court, but he was not an otherworldly demon. He could not destroy fate. But he did not give up. He worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu. He wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the Heaven Dao. Such ambition, such methods. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these Heaven Path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods, but they were all useless. He even had a premonition. Even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 theft path Immortal Gu house. It was extremely damaged. And this Immortal formation was clearly rank 9. It was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the Immortal formation. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma again, because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Fang Yuan was in a vast void. There were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Fang Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies. They looked like humans. They had noses and eyes. They shouted endlessly. Sage? Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt. He created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe. He was kind and benevolent. He protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance. He was tall and muscular. Every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts. He created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Fang Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Dao mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised, but also confused. When he saw the three venerables' paths in the seventh layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only three venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era. 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time, he had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era. 100,000 years ago, there were two venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the three venerables, a great dream Immortal Venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable. She would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the seventh layer. They were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the three venerables closest to the current era. That was why their Dao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Dao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Feng Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Feng Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Feng Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Feng Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know, they had only heard of it before. Oh sage, we are living in this world, we don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal, it is not a place we can enter. Rumble, a series of explosions resounded, rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Feng Dichang had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Feng Yuan's clone Feng Dichang walked out with a smile. Good. Feng Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Feng Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Feng Clan as a whole. With this house, our Feng Clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Feng Yun cheered excitedly. Feng Dichang smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem, if you need any Woodpath Immortal materials, just take them from our Feng Clan's treasury. Feng Gong laughed heartily, he was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Fang Dichang looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of divine bean soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Shen Yi suppressed Qing Chou and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Fang Clan, he could not use this move. Chen Yi could only use Soul Beasts to temporarily replace it. What Fang Dichang was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fang Dichang activated Divine Bean Palace. Strong winds blew. The formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fang Dichang waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fang Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light, wave after wave. It was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fang Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow divine bean soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these divine bean soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fang Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry. Fang Clan will pay for it. Fang Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fang Yuan's. Fang Clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fang Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the celestial court repairs fate goo, some merman goo immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shui had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. Little Do, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Fang Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, worriedly. Jean Boudou raised his head, his eyes were shining brightly, his tone was firm and unwavering. Yes, master. You are already heavily injured. In this situation, we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the Arrowtail Eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Boudou for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. Sai, you can go. Jean Boudou did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Boudou. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Boudou's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Boudou finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Boudou displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Little Do is mighty. Little Do, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Do, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Boudou and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Boudou became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Fang Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Fang Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void, there is no concept of up, down, left, right, or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally, the 8th layer was only a cave, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the venerable Dao field. Fang Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Fang Yuan needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a small path. It was derived from Rule Path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and the real. It was untainted by all methods. It was undefeatable. Phantom Transformation was the signature method of Phantom Path. Once Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, other than Dream Path, almost no other methods could do anything to it. It was extremely safe. Phantom Path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of Soul Path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls, like Spectral Soul's 3 venerable 6-direction 1,000 arms demon souls. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities. One was endless transformation, following one's will, and the other was myriad paths converging, myriad beings assimilation transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo, and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. At this moment, in the void that Fang Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Phantom Path was only a branch of Rule Path, but to raise Phantom Path attainment level, one needed Rule Path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Feng Yuan's current rule path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Feng Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon, Feng Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His time path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Feng Yuan's dream path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu Master Cultivation level and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wu Shuai had the best luck. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had obtained Dragon Palace and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wu Shuai's current luck was a slithering flood dragon. It had dragon scales and shining eyes. It had sharp horns and claws. It was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and merman. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the dragon pearl. It was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another dragon pearl. It was much smaller. It was held in one of the dragon claws of the flood dragon. There were countless ants inside the dragon pearl. They represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fang Dichang with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special. It was like a tree. The trunk was not thin, but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Bean Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined, many of them were exposed. This implied that Fang Dichang and Fang clan were inextricably linked. They were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the two clones, Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Budu's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu Master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower. There was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost. It flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Feng Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female. They want to pick the nectar and create icy winds. They are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flowers. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic. It represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly. The butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower. This itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Because there was a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it, Feng Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Feng Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Feng Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to investigate grotto heavens. Even if profound literature grotto heaven had a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of heaven form from outside the grotto heaven. In this profound literature grotto heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the grotto heaven. Originally, this grotto heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole grotto heaven under his rule. In his later years, he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature grotto heaven was the strongest super force. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal, there was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become an Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Shen, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather, he was not a proper person, thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official, working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future, thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming an Gu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature grotto heaven was small compared to the 5 regions. The resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the imperial court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade this student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want the student to be implicated and die a miserable death. In profound literature grotto heaven, there was no distinction between men and women. Anyone could become an Gu immortal. Naturally, they could all become officials. Many women were even more talented than men. There were even large numbers of private schools and schools for women scattered all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars were not just men, there were also female scholars. Just as he was thinking, Su Qihan moaned and woke up. "You saved me?" She looked at Li Xiaobai with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, why is there something wrong with her gaze? He nodded and was about to speak. But Su Qihan covered his mouth and flipped over, pressing Li Xiaobai onto the ground. What are you doing?" Li Xiaobai's body tensed. He was a little dazed. What kind of trick was this? Su Qihan rode on him and started to take off his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai stammered helplessly, Lady Su, please conduct yourself with dignity. Su Qihan's movements paused as she narrowed her eyes. You know me? Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lady Su is selecting the 10 great scholars, of course I know about it. Lady Su, I am Teacher Jiang's student. I had just parted ways with Teacher Jiang at the Riverside Pavilion. Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Qihan had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was not her match. Right now, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Qihan was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai naturally mentioned Teacher Jiang to prevent him from being harmed. Su Qihan looked at Li Xiaobai deeply, her face flushed unnaturally red as she sighed deeply. It is too late, your teacher has already left. Right now, there is only you and me in the surrounding 10 li. What do you want to do? Li Xiaobai fainted from Su Qihan's poke. This was not what he wanted. According to his plan, he could develop steadily. But now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could do whatever they wanted to him. If his secret was discovered, it would be terrible. Li Xiaobai tried his best to wake up, but Su Qihan's methods were unique. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. While in a daze, he felt like he had entered a cold cave. He felt like he had fallen into a raging wave, rising and falling continuously. Next, the cave became warm. It was as if a warm breeze was blowing. It was drizzling. It became warmer and more moist. Eventually, he seemed to have transformed into a waterfall. He fainted from happiness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He fainted. He was extremely exhausted. A sense of weakness could be felt from his bones. He quickly checked his situation. He found that his clothes were completely torn. He was lying in a cave. Su Qihan was dressing beside him. Lady Su. Li Xiaobai spoke with difficulty. He did not even have the strength to speak. Su Qihan did not look at him. She was still dressing. Her voice was calm. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we met. Fang Yuan's doppelganger Wu Shuai demonstrated an enslavement path killer move. All of the Beastman Gu immortals present were shaken and cheered. Gu tribe's leader clapped his hands and summoned a group of Dragonman women. Lord, please enjoy the song and dance. These Dragonman women were beastmen who had just changed their identities. They immediately started to sing and dance. They were filled with wildness and allure. They had an ancient style to them. One of the Dragonman female immortals even swayed her body seductively. After the dance, these Dragonman women did not leave. Instead, they gathered around Wu Shuai. Lord Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader said sincerely, I see that Lord does not have any servants to serve you. I am willing to give these women to Lord. Please accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. He pulled the seductive Dragonman female immortal into his arms. I will accept your good intentions. My Dragonman race does not have many people. It is our responsibility to pass down descendants. I will take this woman as my main concubine. The rest will be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. Everyone else cheered as well, celebrating the deepening of the relationship between the two tribes. After the banquet, Wu Shuai brought these Dragonman women into Dragon Palace to hold a major event. Not long after, Fang Yuan's main body, who was in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received information from Wu Shuai. A marriage alliance with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai's concubine was naturally a marriage alliance. Taking care of these women was to give Gu tribe peace of mind. If they had children in the future, the relationship between the two sides would become even closer. When the time is right, I can make use of the children that are born and swallow up this ancient clan without batting an eyelid. Gu tribe wanted to curry favor with Wu Shuai, but they did not know that this was all within Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's intention was to absorb the entire Gu tribe. Mature people would know that fighting and killing were only one of the methods. There were many other ways to deal with things. Fang Yuan intended to use gentle political methods to annex Gu tribe. Although it would take a long time, the method was tactful. It could preserve the tribe's vitality to the greatest extent and obtain the greatest benefits for Fang Yuan. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. The inheritances they have are definitely more outstanding. And the inheritances they are taking out to exchange are also quite interesting. Especially the food path inheritances. Fang Yuan had the source of food path, the inheritance left behind by the beastman Gu Immortal who created food path. It was the most orthodox. And Gu tribe's food path inheritances were also very outstanding after the vicissitudes of life. They were able to open up new paths in many areas. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the Immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the Immortal formation was reinforced, otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fang Yuan. This is myriad year flying warship? It is truly amazing. Immortal concubine Qinglan's expression was pale. Facing Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu Immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu Immortals were also Thousand Transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal concubine Qinglan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qinglan shook her head. "With just us, we are not Fang Yuan's match. We won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered, "Qinglan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom. Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the Immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation." The female immortals could not be bothered to argue. They used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made great contributions. In the River of Time, it had killed Qin Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter. He was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qin Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple, it is a transformation path Gu formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function. It is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house against a rank 8 Immortal formation, both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the Immortal Gu house and the Gu Immortal defending the Immortal formation, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly superior. "Quick, someone help me, I can't hold on for much longer. Fang Yuan is too fierce, I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on, I'm coming, oh no, my side is also going to fall. For these wives and concubines of 1,000 transformations ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress' expression was ashen. She used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qinglan was drenched in cold sweat. She could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat. Their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fang Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. 1,000 transformations ancestor, are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much and you think too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered. But he still did not see 1,000 transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Night Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, "Sisters, let's use our last resort." "Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late." All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy, blocking all the silver flying swords. It did not move at all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. This change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent. If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage, ram them. Myriad Year Flying Warship charged forward and directly collided with the golden cloud. Boom! The first collision caused the golden cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom! The second collision caused the golden cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom! The third time, Myriad Year Flying Warship directly stabbed into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash. Many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Fang Yuan retreated back into the carriage. "Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with 1,000 transformations ancestor?" A variant human goo immortal suggested. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Chapter 1886. 1,000 transformations ancestor was furious. He hated Fang Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Fang Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. "If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both." 1,000 transformations ancestor was stunned. He thought, did Fang Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant, or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when 1,000 transformations ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. 1,000 transformations ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send dancer Hong Yun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave dancer Hong Yun rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. 1,000 transformations ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and harmed dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Fang Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped dancer Hong Yun and mutation Immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and Immortal concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark. Even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations' ancestor's territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations' ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations' ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding ancestor Xuehu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was different from ancestor Xuehu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wanxiang Desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old ancestor Xuehu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 Immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations' ancestor was unwilling to act. Fang Yuan, this shit-stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations' ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations' ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to act. Fang Yuan immediately knew. With just myriad year flying warship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations' ancestor's defense. Not only this, Fang Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad year flying warship. If myriad year flying warship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations' ancestor would be most happy to see. Fang Yuan sneered. As expected of Reckless Savage's true inheritance, so be it, let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad year flying warship and used the killer move Torrential Charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad year flying warship. It was the phantom image of the river of time that had been summoned. Myriad year flying warship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded, "Fang Yuan, go inside." Before she finished speaking, 4 Immortal Gu houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor was shocked. The Celestial Court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations' ancestor suddenly realized, so close. I purposely stalled for time, but the Celestial Court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Fang Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Fang Yuan. he immediately shouted at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad year-flying warship to charge left and right, but after several attempts, he was blocked by the celestial court. Fang Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations' ancestor's side. Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Damn you, Fang Yuan, I have never seen such thick skin in my life. Fang Yuan sneered. Then you want to continue fighting me? Thousand Transformations' ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much. Fang Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression was grim. He said, stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well. He was still worried about Fang Yuan. He did not trust Fang Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Fang Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations' ancestor expected, the celestial court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Fang Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The troops of the celestial court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the celestial court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the celestial court and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the celestial court had no choice but to move. Previously, the celestial court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but Fang Yuan's threat to the celestial court was even greater than Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the celestial court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the celestial court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cooperate, but even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. Fang Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time, let me see where you can escape to. Prince's impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xingyi Wang and Wei Feng's expressions were like iron. They flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance. She giggled. You are Fang Yuan? You are so handsome, I like you. What a pity, what a pity, you are a good person, why did you become a thief? Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wan Zihong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the celestial court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life she actually woke up in advance. Prince's impatience shouted furiously, attack! 4 immortal Gu houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once, flames shot out, starlight scattered, intense winds raged, and flower fog spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might, engulfing heaven and earth. Come! Fang Yuan manipulated myriad year-flying warship and directly charged over. Thousand Transformations' ancestors stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment, one's true nature can be seen. This Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the celestial court. He is truly brave. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the celestial court immediately activated their killer moves. Most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the myriad Li adaptation formation. What the hell? Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Fang Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. Thousand Transformations ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge, he could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam. Amidst continuous explosions, Fang Yuan manipulated myriad year flying warship to fly into the sky. Thousand Transformations ancestor, thank you, I am leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Jiuch. Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the two rank 8 Gu Immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam. Myriad year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the Immortal Gu House's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's Impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These two rank 8 Gu Immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Gu worms in the warship. Fang Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fang Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan could not escape in time with myriad year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fang Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now, is not the time yet? Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards Thousand Transformations ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fang Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fang Yuan to approach Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the two Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but Thousand Transformations ancestor's piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fang Yuan return with myriad year flying warship, Thousand Transformations ancestor sneered, "Fang Yuan, why did you come back?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now. Why don't we work together?" Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations ancestor waved his left hand and opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. "This is the outcome of all of you." Thousand Transformations ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Cui Bo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations' ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Feng Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations' ancestor glanced at Feng Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Feng Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations ancestor, sneered, "You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here?" After clearing himself, he praised, "Ancestor's methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You took the life of a Heavenly Court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe." He stirred up hatred between the two sides, but there was no doubt in his heart. The Thousand Transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal Gu house. On into, Thousand Temptress into, and into, Savage, into, Feng on into, on, he Transformation Ancestor 8. And on one hand, Demon. Transformation Palace Ancestor. Different from he and was. He and he was he master, one god. Mortal Ancestor mo different from other immortal Gu houses. Myriad Statue Palace was special. It could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of Thousand Transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Feng Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. Feng Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 Gu immortal stared at Feng Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Feng Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad Year Flying Warship, but Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Feng Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations ancestor. The three immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Feng Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Feng Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal Gu. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling, this is not Feng Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations Ancestor chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around and sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around. Daybreak Flying Swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. Thousand Transformations Ancestor roared furiously, but he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal goo house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's righteous path. Someone wanted to stop Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Dichang righteously. Leave Fang Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fang Dichang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had Thousand Transformations Ancestor internally and Western Desert's righteous path externally. Xingyi Wang shouted angrily, Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the righteous path. You are actually helping a demonic path goo immortal. Fang Dichang sneered. The great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wan Zihong, but you are slandering us. Xingyi Wang choked for a moment. Prince's Impatience's voice was cold. Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fang Dichang replied. Not long ago, my Fang clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. To think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bean Palace with interest and said, let's retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic or panic. No need to chase. Fang Dichang said. This order made the other goo immortals let out sighs of relief. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering, from their point of view, our Fang clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders, they only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other super clans did not give Fang clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not have a true victory. They could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits. These clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it. Influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fang Dichang said, When the 5 regions war starts and Central Continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? Chapter 1895. The 3 layers of supplementary formations are done. The first group of Gu Immortals stopped. They sat cross-legged in the Immortal Gu house and closed their eyes to rest. The second group took over and started to place rank 8 Immortal Gu, suppress on top of the 3 layers of supplementary formations. The second group had 8 Gu Immortals, rank 7 and rank 6. They worked together and cooperated well. After some effort, they finally placed suppress Immortal Gu. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path Immortal Gu suppress, it was not easy to place it down. But rank 8 Immortal Gu suppress was one of the core Immortal Gu of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. It was the first rank 8 Immortal Gu to be placed down. Only by placing it down could there be subsequent constructions. At this time, the second group of Gu Immortals started to rest, while the first group of Gu Immortals started to work again. They did not continue with the construction. Instead, they started to dismantle the 3 layers of supplementary Gu formations that they had set up earlier. These Gu formations were used to support the Immortal Gu suppress and help it to be placed down. Now that the goal was achieved, they had to get rid of these 3 layers of supplementary formations to free up space to continue setting up the Immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the Seedling Fire formation. The third group of Gu Immortals quickly took over. The first group of Gu Immortals were extremely tired. They needed to rest. The Seedling Fire formation is done. Next is the Paper Cage formation. Let's go. The second group of Gu Immortals took over. If the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was broken down, it had 138 subformations. The Seedling Fire formation and the Paper Cage formation were 2 of them. Be careful, there is a change in the River of Time. A huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone warned. At this time, the first group of Gu Immortals were still resting. They were trying to recover their strength. The second and third group of Gu Immortals were busy setting up the formation. Only the fourth group of Gu Immortals was in charge of the emergency. Celestial Court divided the Gu Immortals into 4 groups to set up the formation. Among them, the first group had the strongest ability to set up formations. They were in charge of the core and most important part of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The second and third group were all supplementary. Their abilities were about the same. The fourth group had the least amount of Gu Immortals. They had some ability to set up formations. They were the emergency backup team. The fourth group of Gu Immortals set out, destroying the huge wave. the second and third group of Gu Immortals who were setting up the formation. While checking to see if the formation was affected, he began to make preparations for the next step. Gu Liuru and Feng Jioge were in charge of moment stage and present and past pavilion respectively. Feng Jioge's eyes were empty as he continued to comprehend fate. Gu Liuru's eyes were deep and he was on high alert. We've discovered the Stone Lotus Island. The commotion caused by the formation will definitely be noticed by Feng Yuan. He will definitely come and destroy us. Before the river-subduing Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation is completed, we will be at our weakest. It is also the best time for Feng Yuan to attack. This time, it is a matter of great importance. I want to wash away my humiliation. I can't let Feng Yuan succeed. Just as he was thinking, a silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Luru's heart instantly jumped. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower and Shark Flow Lever, which were patrolling the perimeter, immediately turned around and intercepted them. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Luru, your celestial court actually wants to take away Red Lotus' true inheritance right under my nose. Hehe, you are dreaming. Myriad Year Flying Warship rapidly approached. Feng Yuan's voice could be heard from within. Gu Luru snorted coldly, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Feng Yuan, you are just a loser. Wasn't the lesson last time painful enough? He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. If it were a rank 8 Gu Immortal of any other path, they would have to expend a lot of effort to transmit their voice throughout the battlefield. With me here, don't even think of setting up the formation. Before Feng Yuan finished his words, Myriad Year Flying Warship's surroundings were already shining with bright light. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords that whizzed through the air, heading straight for the incomplete river suppression Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation. Gu Luru's expression immediately turned dark. He felt a headache. Celestial Court was most wary of this formation. Feng Yuan attacked the enemy's most vulnerable point. He was very vicious. Celestial Court could only defend themselves. They naturally fell into a passive state. Last time, when Feng Yuan attacked the river-subduing Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation, Celestial Court could take the initiative to dismantle it. But this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, even if Celestial Court had to pay the price of blood, they had to ensure that the formation was set up properly. Boom boom boom. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower was the first to arrive. It started to fight with Myriad Year Flying Warship. The aftershocks created huge waves in the river of time. Next, Shark Flow Lever also arrived. While the 3 immortal Gu houses were fighting intensely in the river of time, above Eastern Sea's Qi Sea, the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. After Hua Kai Yun, the Gu Immortals of Eastern Sea's super forces, Song Clan, Su Clan, and Kai Clan, also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Qiyuan. He brought Song Yishir to the banquet. This is Junior's granddaughter, Song Yishir. She has heard of Senior's magnificence and yearns to meet you. She begged me to come and see Senior's magnificence. Song Qiyuan smiled as he took the initiative to introduce Song Yishir. Song Yishir lost her father at a young age. As her grandfather, Song Qiyuan doted on her a lot. He specially brought Song Yishir to this Eastern Sea banquet to give her a chance to show her face. Junior greets Qi Sea ancestor. Song Yishir respectfully bowed. Her skin was white as snow. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She wore a blue-white dress. She had a pure aura. She was indeed one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. The intense light and water pillars forcefully connected to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The expressions of the central continent Gu immortals inside the formation cores changed. Someone shouted in shock, "What's going on? We have lost control of the formation." Such a shocking change was not a small matter. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court had expressions of disbelief, but they had to believe it. This was all a trap set up by Feng Yuan. "I did not sacrifice a stone lotus island to trap him in vain, members of Celestial Court. This is not my place to die, it is yours." Feng Yuan had just finished speaking when the gray stone giant on the stone lotus island grew chicken wings on its back, feathers grew on its head, its mouth turned into a bird's beak and its hands turned into tiger claws. It flew out and charged into the encirclement to receive myriad year-flying worship. Gu Lu Ru had a flash of inspiration. He finally recognized the gray stone giant. He was shocked and furious. This is the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. To think that it was Feng Yuan's method. This is all Feng Yuan's scheme. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His Time Path Foundation has risen sharply. He can actually restrain our formation. We cannot stay here for long. Retreat. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court quickly discussed. They decided to retreat. But the awkward thing was, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that they had spent all their effort to set up was now an obstacle that obstructed them. "You want to leave now?" "Too late." Feng Yuan's laughter could be heard from within myriad year-flying warship. Daybreak swords shot out and covered 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The gray stone giant roared as it pounced towards present and past pavilion. Waves surged around present and past pavilion, but the gray stone giant ignored them. It continued to charge forward and punch with its fist. The gray stone giant was too tall. Its fist was even larger than present and past pavilion. Before the fist even landed, tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The fist force was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Feng Jioga squinted. The other Gu immortals were horrified. Facing this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempt to dodge would be futile. They could not dodge. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire present and past pavilion was destroyed by the gray stone giant's fist. The Gu immortals inside suffered heavy casualties. Feng Jioga escaped in a sorry state. Moment Stage. At the crucial moment, Moment Stage teleported and caught Feng Jioga. Facing the approaching Moment Stage, the gray stone giant did not even look at it. It turned around and ran towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal Gu house of Spirit Affinity House. It was slightly weaker. As the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not move in time. The giant was too fast. In the river of time, with the power of the Stone Lotus Island, its battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom! With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple exploded. Most of the Gu immortals were dead. No! Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. His body was shaking with hatred. Celestial Court's Gu immortals lost their momentum. They tried to retreat. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel despair. Eastern Sea, above Qi Sea. The Gu immortals' eyes shined brightly as they looked at Qi Sea Ancestor and Black Soul Sea area's Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a lone cultivator, but he was rank 8. Everyone in Eastern Sea knew about him. The immortals did not expect him to challenge Qi Sea Ancestor. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, when Long Long fought with Qi Sea Ancestor, only Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songsheng had witnessed it, and they were both righteous path Gu immortals. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Sea Ancestor smiled lightly. "Gu immortal Zhang Yin, you have guts, but can you take one move from me?" Zhang Yin smiled proudly. "Ancestor, you are looking down on me, let alone one move." Ugh. He stopped abruptly. The other Gu immortals' expressions changed. At that instant, they felt the entire world buzzing. Qi currents came from all directions in response. The surrounding 10,000 li felt the pressure rise sharply. The immortals' pupils shrunk. They broke out in cold sweat. They felt the endless pressure. They were like insects in amber. They were extremely weak. What killer move is this? This is Qi ancestor's method? We are only affected. How much pressure is Zhang Yin, who is at the center of it, facing? The immortals looked over. They saw that Zhang Yin's face was red. He was motionless in the air. His eyes were wide open. He struggled, but he could only tremble. He could not break free. The immortals' hearts shook intensely. A rumbling sound could be heard from above them. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up, their expressions turning pale. They saw a giant hand, completely made of qi currents. It was pale and transparent. It stretched for 1,000 li, covering the sky. The giant hand pressed down. The Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was like a mountain was crashing down on their heads. What kind of power is this? If I did not see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. This is probably comparable to a rank 9, right? Qi ancestor. At the banquet, many Gu immortals stood up unconsciously. Their bodies were shaking as they panicked. Zhang Yin screamed with all his might. His body shined with dark light. There was also a weak lightning reaction. But he could not break free. He was firmly fixed in the air. This scene made Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel their hearts pounding. It seems that Zhang Yin has already used all his strength, but he cannot break free? Is Zhang Yin going to die here? Qi ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Is he trying to use Zhang Yin's life to establish his might in Eastern Sea? It was hard to imagine that a rank 8 Gu immortal could not even retaliate against Qi ancestor. But the truth was right in front of them. Song Qiyuan and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals had to believe it. The giant qi current hand got close to Zhang Yin and suddenly collapsed. It passed through Zhang Yin and stuck to Qi. There was no earth-shattering explosion. After the giant qi current hand touched Qi, it quickly disintegrated and merged into Qi. Zhang Yin regained his freedom. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He had a look of lingering fear. His eyes were wide open as he breathed roughly. Look at Qi. Song Yi called out. Chapter 1897. The Stone Lotus Island ambush planned by Feng Yuan had ended. Bright lights still filled Celestial Court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. At the crucial moment, Gu Lu risked his life to block Myriad Year flying warship. We barely survived. 9 spiritual fairies said as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Gu Lu risked his life to defend them appeared in front of her again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful appearance. She liked to wear large robes. She usually had long sleeves and had a majestic aura, but now she was bathed in blood. She was covered in injuries. Her large robe was tattered and hanging down. 9 spiritual fairies' thin and weak body was wrapped in the robe, showing a never-before-seen weakness. In this battle in the River of Time, Celestial Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but they lost in the end. All 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioge managed to escape. Feng Jioge was also in the hall now. He did not have his usual elegance. His eyes were dim. They were no longer bright. They showed a perplexed expression. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She told the two to recuperate. She already knew about the entire battle situation. She called 9 spiritual fairy over to ask for more details and clues. To think that the Stone Lotus Island is in Feng Yuan's hands? How did he do it? We did not sense anything at all. Fairy Myrtle deduced silently but could not find any clues. Precisely because of this mistake, Celestial Court lost in this battle. Everything was within Feng Yuan's calculations. They lost too miserably. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, we had guessed that Feng Yuan had a Red Lotus true inheritance before. But in the previous battle, Myriad Year flying warship was forced to run around by us. Even using the dangers of the River of Time was useless. Now, it seemed that Feng Yuan had purposely arranged that battle. Firstly, it was to attract our attention so that he could fight for the Dragon Palace. Secondly, it was to pave the way for this battle and show weakness to the enemy. What a cunning and sinister devil. Then, when did Fang Yuan obtain the true teachings of the Red Lotus? If he had obtained it recently, then so be it. If he had set foot on the Stone Lotus Islands a long time ago, that would be even more terrifying, Fairy Myrtle thought as she felt a chill run down her spine. Now, the Celestial Court was facing a very difficult situation. However, no matter how difficult the predicament was, the Celestial Court had to face it directly. There was no room for evasion. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Fang Yuan obtains a copy of Red Lotus True Legacy and grasps the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation, we still have to continue investing our strength in the River of Time. Of course. Red Lotus had more than one true inheritance. If Fang Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would be even more terrifying. For the Celestial Court, the River of Time was a place they had to defend. Red Lotus True Inheritance was something they had to fight for. This problem might only be alleviated and improved after Fate Gu was successfully repaired. But now, the Celestial Court had to start anew. 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed. They had to build another 6, or even 10. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a solemn expression. In this aspect, she had the same opinion as Duke Long, but Fairy Myrtle had a troubled expression. There was a difficulty in this. To continue investing Time Path resources in the River of Time, the most direct way was to send Time Path Gu Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the accumulation of Time Path Gu Immortals in Celestial Court was very weak. Without Time Path Great Experts, they could only use Time Path Immortal Gu houses to supplement them. But the River of Time was only one aspect. The Celestial Court's situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. In Western Desert, Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bean Palace and led Fang Clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere. It had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. Zhang Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si Ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared and a large number of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si Ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended Primordial Origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, he told the Eastern Sea Immortals honestly. His battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from the Celestial Court. Duke Long continued. Since Qi Si Ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the Celestial Court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi Si Ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long, but he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the Celestial Court that had the complete Primordial Origin true inheritance was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi Si Ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi Si Ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu Immortal Great Experts. Qi Si Ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using Lifespan Gu. He was already so old, he might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi Si Ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, since Qi Si Ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu Immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi Si Ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi Si Ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us. Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the outer realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The Celestial Court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea, above Qi Sea. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu immortals did was to pay respects to Qi ancestor, to pay their respects to the number 1 immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhang Yin was defeated, Qi ancestor became the publicly recognized number 1 person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Fang Yuan, together with the activation of the Immortal formation under Qi ancestor's attack was so shocking. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was controlled. Even Duke Long did not know about Dream Token. In the previous life, after he seized Dragon Palace, he learned about the secret of the 4 dragon generals. Nobody could guess that Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, while Qi ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan had been trying to hide the sovereign immortal aperture's secret. He gave up on some small benefits and obtained several times the benefits here. Xie Baoshu came. His face was handsome and gentle like jade. He had a graceful bearing and the appearance of a noble young master. He was a renowned independent cultivator in the Eastern Sea. He had a unique method to nurture vicissitude trees. He was once a major producer of Yirgu, but this business was ruined by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had even worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch Central Continent's moonlight mushrooms. Zui Xianwen came. He was a rare food path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a huge collection of wine. He held a grand banquet every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-quality wine. They were specially given to Qi ancestor. 7 Seas Snake Lady came. This venomous woman was beautiful on the outside but ruthless on the inside. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Her reputation was on par with Song Yishe. Great Treasury Immortal also came. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed like a scholar. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a graceful demeanor. In the previous life, he attacked Central Continent and stole Mi Lan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi banquet caused a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up. Among them, there were more lone immortals than the righteous path. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions. After all, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had many territories. Gu immortals were needed to defend them. Lone immortals had much more freedom. Central Continent Gu immortal Jun Xinguang pays respects to Qi ancestor with a gift. I came uninvited, please forgive me. Celestial Court rank 8 Jun Xinguang appeared. The banquet went silent. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was still nonchalant. An esteemed guest has come. What crime is there to offend? The sea is tolerant of all rivers. Tolerance is great. My Eastern Sea is tolerant of all things. How can we not have such magnanimity? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Another seat appeared. Even though it was a seat of honor, it was below the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The Gu immortal who sold this fire smiled. He came from an Eastern Sea superforce, Su clan. His name was Su Lun. He belonged to the Righteous Path. The order Fang Yuan arranged was one Righteous Path member and one lone cultivator, alternating between the two sides. This rule was clearly considerate of Eastern Sea's lone immortals. It was very popular among them. Even better, there were no demonic path Gu immortals. This showed Qi Si ancestors' political attitude. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not feel any disgust towards this. After all, Qi Si ancestor was an Eastern Sea lone immortal. The drought zombie flame caused a huge commotion. It was a rank 8 flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand to restrain the flame into a lump. Only then did the temperature and humidity of the Qi Si banquet return to normal. I'm sure many of you recognize this flame. But today I am not just selling this flame, I am also selling the Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension Method. This method can allow Gu immortals who are nearing the end of their lifespan to use this flame to cultivate into a Drought Immortal Zombie. Everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. It has battle strength that rivals rank 8 Gu immortals. Su Luan continued. But the Gu immortals present lacked interest. Right now, everyone knew about the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu. Once Fate Gu was repaired, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. Once Fate is repaired, the world would not allow the living dead to exist. Those who deserved to die would die. Thus, the prospects of cultivating a Drought Immortal Zombie were not bright. After a long while, a Gu immortal asked, "Can rank 7 Gu immortals also cultivate to become a Drought Immortal Zombie?" Su Luan nodded, "Of course. But the Drought Immortal Zombie body that is cultivated will not be complete. It can only be considered a small drought demon. Its battle strength will also be limited to rank 7. He was not boasting in this situation. There were experts everywhere. He might be exposed. By then, he would be publicly lying to Qi Si ancestor. Offending such a rank 8 great expert was not something that Su Luan or Su clan wanted to see. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path representatives came to attend the banquet. Which one of them did not offer gifts? Only a few lone and demonic path Gu immortals did so. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had huge businesses. They needed to build a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor. As for the majority of loose immortals and fiendish cultivators, they were free and independent. Su Luan did not succeed in the end. But some Gu immortals expressed interest and were willing to negotiate. If Su Luan could lower the price, there might be a chance of success. This drought zombie flame is likely from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty. How could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, Drowning Elder spoke again. This is rank 7 Heart Blood Immortal Gu. I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea. Who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many Gu immortals started to bid. None of them were from the Righteous Path. Blood Path was created by Qi Si ancestor and flourished for a while, but it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions Righteous Path. Blood Sea ancestor was very capable. He actually created a Blood Path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing Blood Path to be passed down. Even the Righteous Path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of Immortal Gu could only be done by exchanging Gu for Gu. There was no bidding. It depended on which Immortal Gu Drowning Elder wanted. There were many Gu immortals who were willing to exchange. Many of them took out Water Path Immortal Gu to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most Water Path Immortal Gu. The number of Water Path Immortal Gu was also the largest in the 5 regions. This Heart Blood Immortal Gu seemed to have extraordinary power. It might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu immortals could not cultivate multiple paths because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many Gu immortals who cultivated Blood Path in Eastern Sea. Most of them were main cultivators, some were rank 7, a few were rank 6, and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Gu immortals turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators. To think that a heart-blood immortal goo would cause so many blood path goo immortals to appear. Fang Yuan, however, was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, blood path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path goo immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, blood path became even more popular. There was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this heart-blood immortal goo. In Song Zixing's Inheritance, there is a killer move. Using heart-blood immortal goo as the core is the most suitable. Fang Yuan had a thought when Zhang Yin spoke. I want this heart-blood immortal goo. I also have several rank 7 water path immortal goo. You can choose from them. Also, I will owe you a favor. If Fang Yuan wanted these immortal goo and immortal materials, he could get Zhang Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi-Si banquet ends here. Fang Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was, he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number 1 person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1901. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Gu immortals had finally gathered. Miao Mingshen was the leader, Gui Qiyi, Immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang were beside him. Other than them, there was Zheng Luo Zi, Tu 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 A, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan. Even though I have revived, it does not seem to have affected Miao Mingshen. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying, he observed calmly. Similar to the previous life, Miao Mingshen's choices did not change. But Fang Yuan was completely different from the previous life. His current situation was much better than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, he could not annex Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. He only annexed the resources of Qi-Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven, digesting some of them. And rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement. It did not succeed. The most regretful thing was that in the previous life, his plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had failed. His soul path cultivation was severely obstructed. He could not make any progress. At the same time, the production of Guts Gu could not be raised. In this life, Fang Yuan had already annexed Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. He had rank 8 cultivation level and even turned into Qi-Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political benefits. He had already refined heaven form. It was just that he had not found more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert had been developing. his soul path cultivation was advancing rapidly. Not to mention the production of Guts Goo, it surpassed the previous record by many times. In the previous life, Celestial Court occupied the River of Time. Fang Yuan fought hard to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan occupied the River of Time. Celestial Court suffered huge losses, their reputation suffered a huge blow. But Celestial Court had no choice but to continue building Immortal Goo houses and send more troops to the River of Time. They did not dare to watch Fang Yuan occupy the River of Time and obtain a second Red Lotus true inheritance. It was not just the River of Time that had switched its offensive and defensive positions. Fang Yuan had made arrangements in the Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and he had made great progress. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he racked his brains, using the 5 regions and 2 heavens as a chessboard. He spread his pieces in all directions, bringing huge benefits not only in the immediate future, but also in the future. A similar situation was that Fang Yuan's business in Jewel Yellow Skies was jointly boycotted and suppressed by Zhongzhou State and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan didn't have a good solution for the time being. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was indeed declining. After all, his extortion chips were decreasing. Only second aperture Immortal Goo was extremely attractive to Southern Borders Goo Immortals. Secondly, be it Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance, they had huge businesses and deep foundations. Fang Yuan could not compete with them in Jewel Yellow Skies in terms of price and foundation. Fang Yuan's foundation was mostly focused on Immortal Goo houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. His cultivation resources were all turned into his own strength. For example, Guts Goo. If Fang Yuan put Guts Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies, this monopoly would definitely be very popular. No matter how the Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance tried to suppress it, it would have no effect. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts Goo on his soul path cultivation. He was still trying all ways to raise his battle strength. This choice put him in an even more disadvantageous position in the confrontation in Jewel Yellow Skies. In terms of immortal materials, my current life is even worse than my previous life. In the near future, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingshen looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshen, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the Immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days, they had been thinking about what was inside the blue dragon whale. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the Immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the Immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent with Miao Mingshen leading the way. He changed his path from time to time. Fang Yuan mixed in with the Immortals. He followed Miao Mingshen closely. In the previous life, he had already set up the location of the blue dragon whale, but the blue dragon whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingshen closely, he might not be able to find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 Immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingshen's intentional guidance, the Immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingshen also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The Immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingshen was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly, he slowed down slightly, he suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingxin, but he could not see what method Miao Mingxin used to find the blue dragon whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Fang Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the blue dragon whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he had experienced it, and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die, step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several Gu immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method, it is amazing. He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The two Shen clan Gu immortals were too fast. They plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Mingxin knew that the situation was dire. He flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Songxing completely suppressed Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai. He snickered at this. Where are you going? Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze flashed like lightning, he shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second, he vanished again. When he appeared again, he was 100 steps away from Fang Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Mingxin successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Songxing gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8. Miao Mingxin actually managed to escape. It was truly amazing. Miao Mingxin was the most crucial person. Shen Songxing did not care about keeping Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture. He threw them to the others and chased after Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin charged out of the sea. He was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally. But in front of Shen Songxing, I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Songxing shot out. Miao Mingxin's body shook, his speed fell as he was hit by Shen Songxing's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingxin struggled with all his might. He felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew toward Shen Songxing. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Miao Mingxin for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Songxing into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingxin used this chance to escape again. His body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling, the dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder. fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. So many cloud ladder trees. How many rank 8 immortal materials do they represent? Cloud ladder leaf hearts? Wasn't this so-called rank 8 immortal material a little too much? What is the difference between them and the cabbages in a farmer's field? The immortal's gazes gathered on Shen Zongxing's face. Shen Zongxing's expression had a subtle change. On this island, all sorts of investigative methods were not useful, but he was gradually able to sense the surroundings. He walked a few steps and patted the tree trunks. The cloud ladder trees that were touched by him crumbled into pieces. Shen Zongxing sucked in a breath of cold air, saying to his subordinates, "These are all cloud ladder trees, but all the cloud ladder leaf hearts on their leaves have been taken away. These are rank 8 immortal materials. They are very valuable. Quickly go and see if there are any left." Shen Clan's Gu immortals naturally trusted Shen Zongxing. Even if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were skeptical, they could only obey and disperse in order to save face. In the end, the cloud ladder trees were all destroyed. The immortals could not find a single cloud ladder leaf heart no matter how hard they tried. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, but there were no living trees left. Even when Shen Zongxing walked out of this dead forest, he could not help but be suspicious. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, aren't there too many of them? The immortals walked out of the forest and saw a yellow land. Dust rose as the wind blew. Desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. There seems to be the aura of clear windgrass stems in the air. Shen Zongxing sniffed as he squatted on the ground and swept away the dust. Small holes were revealed in the dust. Shen Zongxing's expression changed slightly. This time, Zheng Luozi also recognized the peculiarity. He gasped, "This place was probably filled with clear windgrass stems in the past. I have smelled the fragrance of clear windgrass stems. This is the smell. The holes here are as big as fists. The walls are smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear windgrass stems." Miao Mingshen was shocked. Clear windgrass stems are rank 7 immortal materials. According to what you said, this place is filled with holes. There used to be a patch of clear windgrass stems in the past? Even though it is unimaginable, don't forget, we are inside the blue dragon whale. This is the location of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Huadai's words were like a huge rock that smashed into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Zongxing frowned deeply. He suddenly looked at Miao Mingshen and asked, "Why is there someone missing in your group?" Miao Mingshen was shocked. No wonder he felt something amiss earlier. Now that he was reminded, he realized, that's right, someone was missing. "Chu Ying is not here," Feng Jiang said solemnly. "Where did he go? Speaking of which, he died quite quickly. He should have been brought here long ago." Could it be that he woke up ahead of time and even gathered all the immortal materials here? The immortals were astute people. Because of the tense atmosphere earlier and the exploration of the island, they did not think about it. Once they started discussing, everyone became anxious. Shen Zongxing did not care about following Miao Mingshen anymore. He started to move forward. Miao Mingshen hesitated for a moment before following. The immortals soon arrived at a huge pit. This pit was more than 10 li in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. There were some debris in the pit. Tututua picked up the debris and looked at it, shouting loudly, "Heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard dug it away and only left behind these debris?" Tututua stared with wide eyes as he shouted loudly. "Rooster iron is definitely an open iron mine. Shen Songsheng thought to himself, Chu Ying is just a rank 7, he is a lone immortal, I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit steal. Fang Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingshin's group came to the steal and were hesitant. They split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Fang Yuan had woken up in advance. He had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit steal appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit steal. Help the mermen in South Sea City collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Round Fish Island was dry, they needed to build wells. 3 patterns try black herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog, they needed to be guided out. Su Xia Mountain Spirit Spring had a problem, it needed to be dealt with. The Gu immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names, they did not have detailed descriptions, the Gu immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 patterns try black herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 patterns tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs, what kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit steal. The immortals were completely at a loss. Does that Chu Ying know something? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent, their hatred and suspicions towards Fang Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shen Songsheng was forbidden from killing. The Gu immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit steal. A large number of immortal materials and immortal Gu could be exchanged with merit points. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles, or some mortal Gu. Shen Songsheng saw a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was called Kindness Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a Gu worm. To exchange for 1 Kindness Gu, 50 merit points were needed, it was the most expensive mortal Gu. But the merit steal did not describe the specific use of this Gu worm, Shen Songsheng did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while, it seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. With Shen Songsheng taking the lead, everyone walked up to the steal and accepted their missions. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshin's group of 8 came to the merit steal, only 10 missions appeared at once. But in this life, it seemed that because there were more people coming, the number of quests had increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were all accepted. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting over the missions. The mission that Shen Songsheng accepted was, Round Fish Island has a drought, we need to build wells. Light flashed, at the next moment he was transported to a desert. Shen Songsheng's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with dense Dao marks, he could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was teleported here, he couldn't stop it at all. A vast and ingenious power instantly brought him here. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Shen Songsheng sighed inwardly, he looked around and used his investigative killer move to cover the surroundings. Shen Songsheng immediately sensed something different. Oh, my investigative killer move can be used normally here, it is not like the receiving island earlier. Tens of li away from him, there was a small village in the desert. Shen Songsheng stood on the spot, his ears moved as he heard the conversations of the villagers. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Round Fish Island. This island was huge, there were many villages, but the vegetation had dwindled decades ago, it was getting sparser now, the desert had already engulfed the few villages. Mortals and Gu masters lived in the villages, their lives were getting harder. This means, I need to build wells near these villages? After finding out the situation, Xianxia let out a breath of air. He relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. Because they were all mortal level, there were no Gu immortals involved. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path grade expert. He should be able to deal with most situations. Xianxia thought of Fang Yuan. He muttered to himself, that Chu Ying only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. Using this, he should be able to complete those missions easily. After understanding the situation, Xianxia was not in a hurry to make a move. There were many things he needed to test. For example, if he ignored this mission, could he fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods did he have left to use? Xianxia did not interact with those mortals. He used sound path methods to dig wells around these villages. The desertification here was very severe. Xianxia had to dig for a long time before he found some shallow underground water. He surrounded this underground water and created deep wells. After thinking about it, he used his method to reinforce the walls of the wells. In the end, they even covered the wells with thatched pavilions. To think that I would have to do such manual labor one day. Xianxia smiled. He built over 30 wells in total. The mission was not difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal like him. During the process, Xianxia tried many things. He found out a lot of information about this paradise. For example, he could not leave the mission area. He could only move around this desolate round fish island. Another example was the communication restriction, not to mention jewel yellow skies. He could not even send messages to his companions like Shen Tan and Shen Qi. Another example was that he could not kill ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail and he would suffer backlash. But his immortal aperture could be opened. Xianxia could take things out of his immortal aperture, but he could not casually take the things on round fish island into his immortal aperture. Chapter 1905. After completing the mission, Xianxia chanted, "Return," as he teleported back to the starting island. The merit obelisk was right beside him. He looked at the obelisk. On the merit ranking board, he saw his name, Xianxia, 9 merit points. Xianxia frowned slightly. Completing a mission only gave him 9 merit points? This was too little. It was out of Xianxia's expectations. At this rate, doesn't that mean that Chu Ying had already taken 10 or so missions before I came? Thinking of this, Xianxia frowned even more. He looked at the rewards and his heart turned cold. Those immortal Gu and immortal materials that he wanted, any one of them was worth more than 10,000 merit points. Also, immortal Gu are unique. If others exchange for them before me, I will not have a chance anymore. Right now, Chu Ying is so far ahead, I need to quicken my pace and catch up to him. As a rank 8, Xianxia felt a sense of urgency. The others were even more so. First Elder. Shen Tan walked over and welcomed Xianxia. Even though he had completed his mission earlier, he was not in a hurry to complete the second one. He chose to wait under the obelisk. In fact, before the first teleportation, the immortals had agreed to communicate with each other after completing the mission. Xianxia, Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Shen Xiao, Shen Naihe, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua were one group, while Miao Ming Shen, Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qiyi, Tu Tu Tua, and Zheng Luo Zi were the second group. The two sides were clearly separated. It was obvious that Xianxia's group was much more powerful. But in a special environment like Paradise Earth, they could not attack Miao Ming Shen's group. They could only watch as they united. There is always a way out. Everyone, this is a peerless opportunity. As long as we grab hold of it, we will have a higher chance of facing Xianxia in the future. We need to work hard together. Only by being united can we have hope. Otherwise, if we fight alone, we will not survive. Miao Ming Shen encouraged the surrounding Gu immortals. Zheng Luo Zi, Tu Tu Tua, and the others nodded in agreement. The pressure on them was far greater than that of Xianxia. so they were even more anxious to complete the mission and improve their strength. Even if they were safe in the dragon whale paradise, when they teleported out 300 days later, they would have to face Xianxia. "Tell me, what did you discover?" Miao Mingxin said. Everyone spoke of their results in full detail. They did not hide anything and even had their own guesses. Everyone's discovery was similar to Xianxia's. Miao Mingxin concluded, "Paradise Earth's restriction on us can be seen as a kind of protection for us. At least for the time being, Xianxia cannot harm us. After all of us complete the mission, the maximum amount of merit points we'll get is 9, no more than 10. It seems like the reward for each mission is between 1 to 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo even more changes in the future." Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua looked at each other. Zheng Luozi hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Miao, since you can sense the location of the blue dragon whale and bring us back, are you completely unfamiliar with this place?" Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly. "Brother Zheng, Brother Tu, if I say that I can sense the location of the blue dragon whale for some reason, will you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear in my mind inexplicably, but at first, the information was very vague and fragmented. It was only recently that I pieced it together, allowing me to understand that the blue dragon whale was calling me." "This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later?" At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared. He took another mission and teleported out. The remaining Gu Immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Xianxia suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. "This Chu Ying is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage." He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger. He was clearly filled with killing intent. "Miao Mingxin, who is this Chu Ying? Where is he staying?" Shintan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing, Gui Qiyi and the rest were unhappy. They stared at him angrily. Miao Mingxin sighed deeply, shrugging. "If I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me?" Shen Tan's lips twitched. He laughed dryly. His expression said it all. "Who are you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance?" "Oh Chu Ying, I am about to die because of you." Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was not willing to give in. He pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. "The reason why I trust Chu Ying is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now?" Miao Mingxin's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook. He felt immense pressure. He had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Mingxin explained, "Actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying for a long time. I only invited him to an auction. Back then Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua were there too." Shen Xing turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Xing frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known. What he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. "I am here again." Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was very familiar with it. This life's dragon whale paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the blue dragon whale's location change, the number of participating Gu Immortals has also increased, the mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life, he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xia Lin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position. He then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew into his hands, the Venerable Method instantly activated and brought Feng Yuan back to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Because of this, Feng Yuan was able to bypass the Celestial Court's obstruction and successfully inherit a Red Lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Feng Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the River of Time, Feng Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed a large number of Gu Immortals. Only 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jioga managed to escape. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed as well. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the Venerable Method on Regret Gu could not be used. This time, Feng Yuan intended to take down this dragon whale paradise. Getting Regret Gu was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Feng Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea, there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Feng Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Feng Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to Gu masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the Gu master's body. This was often a fatal problem for Gu masters. On one hand, because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil-harvesting Gu masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil-harvesting Gu masters. On the other hand, Gu masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. Feng Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Feng Yuan separated a lump of black oil but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid, Xia Lin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xia Lin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xia Lin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. She owed a huge debt for her grandfather's funeral. She had to take the risk to collect black oil to repay the debt. But to think that she could not collect the black oil, she almost lost her life. But even if I survive, I will be corroded by the black oil. I won't be able to live for long. Sigh, how can I repay my debt? How can I repay my benefactor? Xia Lin had a kind nature. She could not help but feel troubled. At this time, Feng Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh, right, you were once corroded by the black oil, but it is fine. I've treated all the injuries on your body. There aren't any sequelae. Xia Lin was shocked. She stared at Feng Yuan in a daze. This Gu master in front of her could actually heal the injuries caused by the black oil. This was truly incredible. Feng Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You still have a long journey ahead of you in life. Eat some more. After you recover your strength, follow me. I'm here because I have something to do. Xia Lin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled as he turned around and left. Xia Lin watched as he passed through the forest and disappeared. She only reacted after a long while. She continued to eat the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. A cool breeze brushed past her face. She felt warmth and tranquility in her heart as she stood in a pool of pure water. This isn't a dream, right? As she ate, her tears flowed down silently. She was only an ordinary, poor mermaid girl. In her past life, reality was cold and harsh to her. The only warmth came from her grandfather who took care of her. As her only relative, her grandfather was gone. Xia Lin had no one to rely on. Her heart was empty. Her only goal in life seemed to be to bury her grandfather in water. In the merman tradition, water burial was the final resting place of the merman. It would allow the dead to rest peacefully. But water burial was expensive. Xia Lin paid a huge price for it. The young girl ate as she cried silently. Fang Yuan stood outside the small forest, looking at the sea. He knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. But he did not go in. He gave the young girl enough time to adjust herself. In this life, he had a big plan in attacking Dragon Whale Paradise. Charlene's mission line was not the most important. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Regret Gu. He only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had relied on Xia Lin to enter Regret Crying Sea. But other than this clue, there were many other clues that could be used as a substitute. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only wanted to obtain Regret Gu, but Miao Mingxin and the rest accepted the missions with all their might. They completed them and discovered many things. The atmosphere back then was much better than now. Miao Mingxin and the rest interacted with each other. They even left information path Mortal Gu under the Merit Obelisk, sharing their insights and experiences of their explorations. The insights and valuable experiences that they found became Fang Yuan's wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the Merit Obelisk and the Blue Dragon Whale. Xia Lin's mission was actually created by Fang Yuan himself. There was luck involved. It took a long time. Actually, after some time, when mid-sized missions appeared, there would be a few that could be used to enter Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Xia Lin as his lead, along with Miao Mingxin and the rest's desire for these missions. Fang Yuan did not fight for them. But now that I have Xia Lin's mission, I can use her again. This pawn is very useful. As long as I replicate my previous life's success, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force is also a good thing. It will be of great help to my plans. Fang Yuan thought. But Fang Yuan did this to complete the mission. He wanted to reduce the black oil around the island and reduce the suppression of food path Dao marks, which would increase the production of other natural resources. This was beneficial to the environment of the island, so there were no restrictions. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he even obtained a portion of the black oil as extra income. This mission of collecting black oil was obviously more profitable than the other missions. There were many missions on the Merit Steel, but there were differences in their strengths. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin and the rest made many discoveries about this. All of them benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly walked towards the Merit Steel. The footsteps disrupted Miao Mingxin's thoughts. He turned around and his pupils shrunk as he thought, "It's Chu Ying." Fang Yuan smiled. "Brother Miao, your connection to the Merit Steel is too weak. This connection is mainly for you to find this place. It won't be of much help to you in the future. I advise you to focus on completing the mission and raise your merit points." Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Mingxin. He had personally seen how Fang Yuan shouted, "Scram," at Xin Tan and Xin Songxing. He was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His heart shook. He actually knows that there is a connection between me and the Merit Steel. I have never revealed this secret to anyone else. How did he know? Is he the same kind of person as me? He can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale? Or is he unable to sense the location but has other methods? Miao Mingshun looked at Fang Yuan and felt that he could not see through him. He was full of questions. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Fang Yuan was already so domineering in front of Shen Songxing, forcing him was useless. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely tell me. It will be a waste of effort if I ask him. Miao Mingshun sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan brushed past him and pointed at a line of words on the steel. He suddenly said, "You can accept this mission, it is quite suitable for you. Complete the mission and accumulate merit points. It is not just doing good deeds on the surface. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. The effect will be better." Miao Mingshun's heart shook, his throat moved as he said two words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Mingshun some pointers was not done casually. On one hand, it was to divide these people for his own convenience, on the other hand, it was for East Sea. The secret of Miao Mingshun's body-sensing ability was something he announced after many fruitless attempts in the previous life. As for the truth behind it, the Immortals already had a reliable guess. Miao Mingshun was famous among Eastern Sea's lone Immortals. If he was forced into a corner by Shen Songxing, Qi Si ancestor could accept him, Wu Shuai could also accept him.